My friends, can you hear the music? That means that not only are we back on Tales of Praxis, but also that we are inching closer, and pretty close at this point, to the epic conclusion of Tales of Zestiria. I'm your host of Tales of Praxis, Aaron Suduko, the founder of WithTheTerribleFate.com, your home for everything to do with the study and analysis and research into and celebration of your favorite storytelling medium, video games, Tales of Praxis. If you're just joining us this late into the stream. Oh, Grail, speaking of not being late, welcome. Oh, you're more punctual than I am, because I was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago and I was a couple minutes late. I'm so glad to have you. Welcome back. Yes, for those who are maybe newer to Tales of Praxis than Grail is, it's a streaming series and series of analytical articles on WithTheTerribleFate.com that I started working on several months ago with the Tales of Symphonia remaster coming out. Since then, we've streamed Symphonia, we've done Dawn of the New World. We are now very, very close, I think, to the end of Zestiria, after which we'll be rolling right into its DLC and Tales of Berseria. It's been quite a ride. I have a lot of ideas for more articles to publish, and I'm going to try to make an even the more concerted effort to get them out in short order here, because I want to make sure there's a lot of fresh analytical content ahead of Labor Day weekend, because as I've mentioned a couple times on the stream, With the Terrible Fate is going to be giving a presentation at PAX West. It's going to be a lot of fun. The title is Pokemon a JRPG? It's going to put together a lot of what my friend and colleague Dan Hughes has been working on in his Pokemon audio series, doing a really cool and thoughtful retrospective on the meaning of those games as works of art and a series that has had such an impact on the world, with Tales of Praxis and everything that I've been thinking about, not just JRPG storytelling, but specifically Bandai Namco's language for JRPG storytelling in this wonderful series. Yeah, is that what it is, Grail? It's the damnedest thing. I need to just upgrade my mic at some point, because it's like, it was good at the time, but it's not a really high-end one, and it's weird because I'll listen back to streams sometimes and it's fine, and then other times there's some weird play on it which I don't like. And I'm not sure how to fix reverb, which is not good. Let me try to fiddle with it for a second. Since Grail's here, and you're early, Grail, you get the benefit of live troubleshooting of the mic. Well, let me first just try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Sometimes that helps. Tech Support 101. Okay, did that help at all, Grail? Am I coming through better now? Test. I usually do test before I start streaming, so I apologize. I was just short on time. If not, I can fiddle with the gain. That sometimes helps. But I know what you mean. It gets like the last stream or two, I think it's been. Okay. Let me try changing the settings a little bit. Okay, I changed the balance a little bit, turned down the gain on the mic, and hopefully balance the game audio to match it. How's that sounding? Is that any better? Testing. I don't know if that's the kind of character we want on the stream. I've tried to make the mic situation better, because I personally get so annoyed with poor quality audio. So I hate listening to myself on it as much as anything. Okay. I don't know if I can fiddle with it anymore without messing it up. Okay, how's that? I think I have the gain as low as it can go on the mic. I'm not sure if it's a gain issue. I'm just not sure what other factors I could play with here. Hopefully that's better. This is the joy of a live medium. We get to troubleshoot in person. I guess I could have the... Okay. I'll take the better a little, and I'll spend some time fiddling with it tomorrow for the Wednesday stream. Yeah, that's right. We'll have a full 3 hours of just help Aaron and With a Terrible Fate with their technical setup. It's not like unlistenable, right? Because then I could hop off and try to sort it out and then come back. So I hate that. I'm sorry if anyone's listening and they're like, oh man, this is no content because it's bad audio quality and it's also just technical troubleshooting. We'll get started in a minute here. Don't worry. All right. I wonder whether the like the foam I have that is supposed to be like helping with audio quality is somehow causing weird reverb or something. I don't know why that would be the case. The one other thing I could do is I could try to play with the angle a little bit. I don't know if that helped at all. I think that's as good as we're going to get. So yeah, let me know if that's any better, just so I know for next time. But I'll kick things off. Where was I? Oh, I think the other. Well, now Evie wants to contribute to helping to test the audio quality. My dear vocal dog. What I had been saying. We're going to be giving a lecture at PAX West over Labor Day weekend. On that Sunday is Pokemon and JRPG. I was hoping to have an announcement on the site up about it today, but my conversation kind of planning the structure of the talk with Dan got delayed until today. So hopefully I'll have something up tomorrow, but since I was able to do some planning with Dan, I figured I would give the stream a little bit more of a teaser. So it'll be the format our presentations usually are, in terms of being an hour conversation where we're pretty much just lecturing at the audience, with the hope that afterwards people from the crowd will hang out, want to chat, have something more interactive. And of course, we're always available and want to talk about it online afterwards too. I don't think it's going to be streamed by PAX this time around, but we are going to figure out some way to record it and get it up there so people who aren't able to attend can check it out. But it promises to be a lot of fun. I wanted to figure out some way to put the series I'm doing with the Tales games in conversation with Dan's Pokemon analytical series. And this seemed like just too obvious and good a way to do it, because it is kind of like, it's a half joke question, half serious question, but I know there's a decent number of people who have talked about it over the years, this idea of, well, Pokemon's a game that comes out of Japan, puts you in a role, oftentimes has themes of self-discovery. You end up in pretty unbelievable places, in contrast to where you started the game. So is Pokemon a JRPG? Is it its own different kind of beast? And so I'm thinking, Dan and I are thinking, the way that we're basically going to tee this up is it's going to be like a mock argument in between the two of us, where I'm going to try to explain to him, well, I know what a JRPG is, and all JRPGs are the same, so I don't even need to play the Pokemon games because I already know what they're about. And he's going to try to explain how, no, actually Pokemon does stuff that's different than that. And then the kind of big reveal that we're thinking about, without giving too much away after that, is if you're a fan of With a Terrible Fate, we like asking the questions of how can we improve our conversations around games? And so our takeaway from this panel, we're thinking, is going to be basically asking the question of, well, what role does a genre like JRPG or even horror game or dating sim, whatever a genre of game you want to talk about, what role does that have in how we understand games, and how can that get in the way of conversation, and how can it actually help it? Because I think Pokemon is kind of an obvious and kind of extreme example where it seems very un-JRPG-ish, which is kind of what makes the conversation and debate fun. But I think something that is maybe even a more serious issue that I've seen coming up in gaming discourse a lot, especially with Final Fantasy 16, which just came out, is I think a lot of people are poised to evaluate a game right when it comes out based on whether or not it aligns with what they expect from a game of that genre, as opposed to just looking at the game for what it does and what it's trying to say, and exploring it as just an object of art unto itself. And so I think something I'm already thinking about right now is, as something I might contribute to this panel, and I think is just worth exploring more broadly, is this idea that it can be useful to talk about something like a JRPG when you want to see similarities between something like, Tales of Zestiria and a Final Fantasy game or something like that. But in many cases, it can be more useful if you want a point of comparison with a game to look at other games in the same series and ask, what might the storytellers have been trying to say with the overall series, and what did they do differently in this game versus other ones, and how have they developed a kind of storytelling language all their own. Not unlike exactly what we're doing in Tales of Praxis, going through Bandai Namco's Tales series. And obviously, there have been certain points at which we've talked about other JRPGs and compared and contrasted the games with them. But in the first place, I think it's been really rewarding to think about these games in relation to each other, and to kind of understand what themes the series as a whole is interested in, and how their language for wrestling with those themes has developed over the years. Yeah, and see, Grail, something like that, like saying that Final Fantasy 16 is an actual fantasy game, unlike 15, right? I think the conversation that we're having is a great example of how that could be useful, because, of course, if you use something like that, talking about a genre like fantasy as a jumping off point for saying, okay, how was 16 unlike 15, and what does it do differently, and why does that matter, and how might it make 16 a very different game than 15? That's all, I think, very useful ways of digging into the storytelling of these games and kind of how we feel about them. What I don't love as much, and what I think we'll probably end up talking a bit about in this lecture, is when people basically use those genre labels as an excuse to just evaluate a game, in some cases without even having played it, just because they get a sense of, oh, this is similar to what I think these other games are like, or it doesn't do this thing that I really enjoy in other games. And sometimes I think people shut off the opportunity to look closely at a game or work of art and have the kind of interesting conversations we have on the stream about it, just because of kind of their assumptions about what a genre should be like, which I think is just a shame, especially when a lot of these works within genres are things that you might actually like or appreciate or see in a different way if you give it a chance. Kind of like I've been experiencing with my Zestiria playthrough, and really finding new and interesting dimensions of it that I didn't remember the first time. Grail, you'll appreciate this because I didn't have enough on my plate already with all the stuff that we're teeing up on With the Terrible Fate. I also decided this past weekend to start a Tales of Berseria playthrough on my own, not on the stream, which is only my second time ever going through it. It's been a long time, but it's a similar one to Tales of Zestiria for me, where I really had a hard time wrapping my head around what it was trying to say the first time around, and just buying into it and enjoying it. Yeah, thanks for wishing me luck. Well, I will say though, I mean, I'll keep the stream updated as I go through it, because so far, I'm doing my best to give it a chance. And I remember it definitely takes longer to get going than some of the other Tales games, but I am I'm finding stuff to be interested in, at least, that I don't remember being interested in the first time. Especially, actually, in the context of playing it alongside Zestiria, because I think the games, more so than I realized beforehand, tackle some pretty, like, surprisingly similar themes in terms of, like, the value of autonomy and what you owe to yourself versus your community or even the state. Even though they're very differently constructed worlds and a very different party of characters within those worlds, I think in a weird way they seem interested in similar foundational human concepts. So I'm interested to see how I feel about that as we go further in it. Also, I totally forgotten that without spoilers, one of the primary villains in the game is actually voiced by one of my favorite voice actors of all time, Jamieson Price. So, I mean, I would stay around for that guy in pretty much anything. So it's been an adventure.
I couldn't find any results.
Yeah, I think I remember the boss fight you're talking about. And I mean, we don't need to make what may be the last Zestiria stream all about Vesperia. But that's actually one of my interesting experiences just replaying it so far, and then I'll let it sit for the moment, is I was trying to remember how recently I played it, because I think it was a while ago, like 2013, 2014. So it's definitely one of the, like, older games in terms of my memories of it. But it's weird because while there's a lot of story I don't remember, there are actually quite a few scenes and songs and specific moments that I remembered super vividly, which I hadn't been expecting. I thought that most of it would be as if I were exploring a new game. But for whatever reason, like, even though it was probably, maybe along with Tales of Legendia, like the top Tales game for me, like not falling in love with it right away, for some reason, a decent amount of it has stuck with me. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But excited now for this stream to see how the ending of Zestiria goes. We'll see how much we get through. I don't want to rush, especially because there's way more interesting endgame content than I expected. But I figured, Grail, after you called it out last time, thank you for mentioning the EX dungeon on the last stream, because I'd forgotten about it, but I looked it up, and I didn't totally spoil myself for it, but I spoiled enough to remember that I played it back when I did Zestiria, and it was actually one of the things that I really enjoyed and thought was super cool about the game at the time. It sounds like you had a similar experience. So I definitely want to do that, and that dungeon only becomes available after you beat the main story. And so I figure, especially since we're already here on the run up to the final confrontation with Heldalf, I figure we'll start with this last dungeon in the story. We can wrap up the story, maybe, as the credits roll, have some time to talk about it, reflect on it a little bit, have some parting thoughts for the main story. And then if we have time, we can dive right into the EX dungeon. There's a little other side quest cleanup, like that Dark Turtles I'm still not over from the last stream, so we can try to do that cleanup. Maybe that'll take us through the night, maybe that'll take us through Wednesday, but then we'll do Alisha's story after that, and then on to Berseria. Yes, I'm going to try to pack it with as much as we can, again, without rushing. So I mean, it's not as if we're in a rush to get through everything tonight. If it spills over, I'm fine with that. I'm actually kind of enjoying the fact that our adventure through Zestiria, for whatever reason, has been, like, even at this point, significantly longer than the time that we took in Symphonia and Dawn of the New World. I'm not totally sure if that's a factor primarily of, like, this game versus the earlier games, or just my kind of playing it differently now that I have a few other streams under my belt. But it's fun. Definitely not in a rush. Look, Grail, it's that mystic art of his. I'm still not over that. I think he is continuing to execute the mystic art in my mind and hunting me down in my dreams to kill me over and over again. So yeah, hopefully we're going to get some revenge on Dark Turtles this stream too, which of course will be the most epic boss fight we encounter. No, kidding. Kidding, of course, since we'll hopefully get through the final confrontation on the stream. Yeah, I'm thinking it'll be especially fun to chat a bit about kind of how the story has gone and how we're feeling about it as the credits are rolling, because like I mentioned when we started off Zestiria, one of the reasons I wanted to do this next was because we had just done Symphonia and Dawn of the New World, and this has a similarly immediate and direct follow-up to it in the form of Berseria. So I think it'll be interesting before we step into the perspective of Berseria to say, okay, just taking this game as a standalone story, how do we feel about it? What is it trying to say? How do the pieces of its world and fiction fit together? And what role is it putting us in as the player? So that then when we get into Berseria, we can ask questions like, okay, how much of this is following up on the same story and message and theme that Zestiria was after, versus how much of it is kind of challenging or subverting that story and pushing us to think about new or different things. Which, for instance, seemed to be the case in a lot of what Dawn of the New World was talking about when we streamed that. So, I think that's why I'm excited. I think that's definitely enough prologue and troubleshooting. Hopefully the audio quality is tolerable. If not, I apologize, and we'll definitely try to have that figured out before the Wednesday stream. I should have known enough to double check before the stream, because when I was listening to the feedback from the last streams, it was not ideal. So thank you for bearing with me there. Grail, I will also just call out as we get into like more of the gameplay at regular volume, just since I tinkered with the volume balance a little bit. Let me know how my mic is balanced with the game audio, because I can mess with the levels if I need to also.
Yeah, we can't afford to let our guards down.
All right, into the heart of malevolence. Okay. Turn it up a skosh. I don't want to overcompensate, so I put it up a little bit. If it's still a weird balance, just let me know. It's super easy for me to play with in OBS.
Here they are.
I was thinking, and this is, part of the way I think about dungeons in terms of what a game is trying to say, because, I was surprised, and like I said on the last stream, I had really expected to get to Heldalf right after the little quiet frozen in time village of the Camlon ruin. So I had to adjust to this idea of there being a big elaborate dungeon between us and him. But I think even that is an interesting way to think about like what the game might be trying to say about the nature of like malevolence and the evolution of just chaos in the world, especially because on the one hand we have this like very sad and quiet and simple image of the past in the village of Camlon that we've already been through, and then kind of at the heart of that, in the aftermath of what's been driving the aptly named Age of Chaos, is this just fractured maze of dungeon that we're going through now, which the party seemed to think last time might even be caused by, or perhaps a reflection of the Helionized Mautellus, and all of that energy and just malice that's being channeled through Heldalf. So it's interesting the way that the landscape can be used to kind of reinforce and sketch those portraits. Yeah, that's right. You thought malevolence was a lot back at Glaven Basin when we saw Heldalf for the first time? Forget about it. This is real malevolence. What's the SpongeBob? I feel like we should be able to glide here, but it doesn't look like we can. The SpongeBob quote from OG SpongeBob, this isn't regular darkness, this is advanced darkness. We're dealing with advanced malevolence now, folks. I guess another reason that I was going through the dungeon first was to get us leveled up for some of the endgame content, so I should probably not be avoiding enemies along the way. Flames of Purification.
The voided eye is said to control empty space. Don't look at it right in the eye.
Hey, I contacted basic etiquette.
So I don't think they were clear about this at the end of last stream, but
Just make sure her nails.
like I'm trying to place what the origin of this dungeon is. I'm guessing based on the structure of it and the way it's similar to the shrines we've been in and stuff like the Shepherd's Trials. It's supposed to be like Nautelus's shrine from back when Michael spirited Nautelus away to Camelon, just horribly disfigured and reconfigured by Nautelus's chaos. Which again, especially if this is like the physical remains of Nautelus's actual shrine, all the more fitting as a portrait of what Nautelus used to represent versus what he's become now, bonded with Heldalf. I know, and that's an interesting puzzle of the the game design language too, I think, Grail, because on the one hand, like, I think one of the things that they were definitely trying to do with this game, in a way that they hadn't with the past games, was just seamless transition from world navigation like we're in right now into battle. But it's like, then when you stop to think about how many of the dungeons are mazes with cramped spaces, you realize, oh, maybe that's actually a pretty tough idea in terms of easy navigation of battle, because you actually have to fight around all of these corners. Like, I think it was on the stream last time, or maybe it was on the one before it, when you hadn't rejoined yet. There was one battle where, like, we were in the tightest corner, and there were 4 or 5 enemies, and the entire battle was just fought in that corner from a fixed camera, because I didn't even have, like, the space to reposition the camera. You get used to it, and it's still playable, but just... I guess it's almost an interesting contrast, right? Because we've spoken in the past about how I think a lot of these spaces, they have big vaulted ceilings and they're made to feel large to make the world seem a little grander. And so then to go from that, like, almost larger than life scope down to these tiny little cramped battles is, it's easy to get a bit of whiplash doing that over the course of a 60-hour game.
So tell me, how does love make you two?
Some of us are low on health.
Yeah, a lot of hallways, but also hallways that are put together in, like, weird maze-like ways. Again, half the time the battles seem to happen at the junctions rather than in the middle of the hallways. Yeah, we should probably heal up. Give us some food. This is not food. This is food. Here we go. All right. I'm not even sure if there is a most efficient way to navigate this, but we can tease it out. Okay, so it looks like... See, if you pay attention and think it through, it tells you what you need to know. You just have to actually be engaged. So there's like a little loop on this side of the dungeon, and it wants us to go through it in the other way, because it looks like this will be a place we can use the wind warp, but the terminus of that is blocked by darkness right now, so we have to hit it with Lila's Flames of Purification from the other side, which means we're probably going to need to get over from the upper level here. That seems to be what it looks like. No, but I guess we don't access that floor from here. Another one of those hourglasses we can't seem to make work in our favor for whatever reason. I'd be really excited about that if it could actually be useful to us. That seems like a good trade-off.
You ready, Sarai?
I got it figured. me!
Savid is the center of the universe now. He's the star of the story, didn't you know that? I'm not sure how we pulled it off, but after like several streams of being pretty severely underleveled, we seem to at least caught up with the level of the enemies, which is nice. I truly don't know how that happened. Maybe just going off and doing side content beefed up our levels more than I had expected. But that should hopefully make this a little more manageable. Oh, is Edna still lagging? Yeah. I mean, we're averaging out though, right? Because those enemies were 64. We have Edna at 60, but we also have Saray who's at 68, so it works out. That is weird though. Of all the Seraphim to be underleveled, why Edna? I mean, it's not like she was the last one for us to get. And I don't think, like, this isn't a Tales game where, you know, characters get cycled out of the party periodically. Maybe the other characters just have obscure experience gain bonuses that she doesn't have or something. Yeah, I agree, Grail. The levels definitely get uneven. Usually it just makes sense to me because in your typical Tales game, you know, there are long sequences where one party member or another either like hasn't joined hasn't joined the party yet, or else they joined but then they leave for some reason and come back. And even though a lot of modern JRPGs try to balance that out in terms of what level they come in at and then maybe adding levels, it's not always perfect. So I get that. It's just like, as I was talking about, I think last stream, Zestiria is kind of unusual in the sense that, like, for the majority of the game, the whole party is with you and also in the active battle party. So I also don't, like, it doesn't seem like there'd be any reason for them to have experience distributed unevenly when they're in the party, as opposed to in something like, you know, like a Tales of Berseria, where if you're not in the active battle party, you get less experience.
Especially after a battle.
Although maybe the way they do that is like the Seraphim who end actively engaged in battle versus benched. Maybe they gain different amounts of experience. I could see that explaining our situation. I don't know if that's the actual reason, but that would make sense to me conceptually at least. That's right. She's just by default less experienced. So it's gonna take her longer to catch up. I forget I know they talk about it a little bit, but I forget how explicit they are about the Seraphim's relative ages, because obviously they've all been alive for a very, very long time, but I wonder whether, like, Edna's presentation is more of like her choice of just how she wants to represent herself in the world of humans, or if it is a reflection of her being, relatively speaking, like younger than Lila and Savid and the rest. Oh yeah, she's definitely older just by raw years than Saray and Mikleo. That's kind of why I'm wondering. That's one of those weird little pieces of trivia where, like, it's actually maybe pretty important how you think about the party sometimes, but I feel like they only talk about it maybe in one or two throwaway skits or something. There are a lot of those age puzzles in the Tales series, though. Like, obviously, most recently on the stream, we had Berseria as a great example of that, where the Crucius crystal development in her body, like, stole her time, in her words. So she's 28 but doesn't present as such. That one I remember because she says it at the end of the game, and it blew my mind when we wrapped up the Tales of Praxis stream of that, and she said that because that's the biographical age that I am now. So it was like, oh man, to be at the same age that Berseria is during the events of Tales of Symphonia. That's kind of, I don't even know how to feel about that, but it's something to wrap your head around. Yeah, that's a good point, Grail. She's clear many times about Eisen being not just her brother, but her older brother. Yeah, so maybe that would explain it.
Sorry. It's my policy to avoid doing business with Hellions. Let's restore our health.
I wonder too because... Okay, I'm sure these are details that we got at some point, and I'm just not remembering them especially well right now, but like some Seraphim are obviously like humans ascend into Seraph form sometimes, like Mikleo did, right? But some Seraph are also just born, right? Is that... I don't think they all come from humans. I don't remember that, but I'm just wondering, like, you know, when Edna has Eisen as her brother, was that like they were like human siblings who died at the same time and he was older than she was, or like she became a Seraph after he did, or they were both just born as Seraphim, the way that regular siblings would be. So it's one of those things where the more you try to figure out the nuances of like Seraph life and biography and the way they relate to one another, it's those little details that a lot of the story is in, but also like you sometimes have to go digging for them within the game. That's a big part, by the way, when I do like my proper research and like written analyses that I publish of games like these. It takes so long, is like half of it is working through the argumentation and what I want to say and, you know, structuring the article and all of that. But really the bigger part of it is just how difficult the research can be in terms of finding like what's said in the game, what's not, where was like the one line of dialogue in a throwaway moment that actually explains a lot, and how do I, you know, find the right footage of that. It's worth it in the end, but like even in the Tales of Praxis series, like one of the reasons that my study of Tales of the Abyss went so long was just the sheer amount of time it took, not just to comb through like playthrough footage of it and all the moments, pulling it out of my playthrough, but also just like diving through the text dump, which I was fortunate enough to find online because it's one of those games that's old enough to have a really good text dump, and just searching for particular lines and what characters said at which points. Those are really invaluable resources. I used it a lot in my article for Final Fantasy IX, also for Majora's Mask, back when I was doing that work that started with theterriblefate.com. And even though the event theaters of modern games are great, it's really not a replacement for that kind of resource. And oftentimes nowadays it's harder to make that kind of resource for modern games, I think, as I understand it. And so people just don't really bother to make them the way that they used to. Yeah, that's fair, bro. That's one of the reasons I was saying I'm excited to talk about like Zestiria before we get to Berseria, because I think oftentimes with prequels or stories that follow up on other stories, like sometimes the prequel changes the meaning or adds more meaning or content, which leads you to think about the first story in a totally different way. And that's not to say that then your experience of the first story before you played the prequel becomes invalid, but just you can have like a radically different read of it, almost as if it's suddenly a different story, because it's put in a totally different narrative context, you know? Oh shit, did she? I totally missed that. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. That is the classic Dragoon attack, isn't it? I especially like the version of it when they double jump. I kept expecting there to be a triple jump. I was surprised there was not. Oh, nice. It looks like, speaking of recalling the ruins we've been to throughout the game, we're going to get little versions of a bunch of the different puzzles that we've navigated in, well, probably the different trials, right? I think this is where the torch puzzle came up in the Trial of Fire. I do like that as a trope for final dungeons for long games, when they integrate stuff from a variety of the previous dungeons in ways that make narrative sense. Like, you know, Ocarina of Time, for a classic example. I say Ocarina of Time, I look down, Grail, you've said the exact same thing. Yes, exactly like that. It looks like the left-hand passage is a dead end, so maybe we can go here first. I have trouble opening chests with food like strawberry shortcake in like ancient ruins such as this, because on the one hand I get it's nice to have that kind of resource as you're going through the dungeon, it's useful for gameplay, blah blah blah. On the other hand, I find myself saying, my god, how long has that strawberry shortcake been sitting in that chest, and do I really expect these poor heroes to chomp down on it? Oh, okay. I was thinking this might be a challenge higher leveled Hellion, but actually, especially based on the trial style puzzle we just had and the Ganondorf's castle conversation, Grail, my guess is there's going to be probably 4 of these different Hellions corresponding to each element whom we have to beat in order to get through the dungeon, which is awesome, and as I was just saying, is a format that I love for these final dungeons. That's fair, Grail. Alright, I could say maybe we're just like, you know, raiding Heldalf and or Mautelis's personal stash. So that's morally suspect, but at least it's not horribly stale food in that case.
I like your moxie.
Catodlipus. I wonder if that's a name from some mythology or another. It's one of those names that is delightfully provocative and makes me think that a JRPG is probably borrowing from one world tradition or another. Oh, is it 80? I didn't even clock that. Oh yeah, look at that! But this is definitely one that we're expected to beat, I think. Which is... the way these games play with levels sometimes. The grunts on the way to him were definitely level 65. So wow, a 15 level differential between mini-boss and fodder enemies? That's interesting. It's almost like they've designed it so that like the way they make bosses harder is just by making them higher leveled. And so like scaling up their difficulty relative to normal enemies that way. So like with the expectation that if this boss were level 65, he would be just the kind of thing that you would run into in the hallway, as opposed to being like boss level difficulty. I actually picked it up a little bit with Berseria, also Grail, because especially when I'm not streaming, I do a lot more of just the casual enemy grind than I do in a stream. So I was definitely not, in terms of like expected level of encounters, under-leveled in Vesperia, but I got to one of the early bosses, and it was like at least 10 levels above the party. So maybe that's just the way that some of the games handle difficulty, like I'm saying, and I just never noticed it before, but it's weird. Because usually, at least the way I think about levels nowadays is as a proxy for telling like whether I'm prepared for a boss or not. So if I'm having trouble with a boss, for example, and I look at its level and it's like 20 levels above me, then that's like a diagnostic tool for me as a player. I say, oh, okay, my party is just weaker than they're supposed to be for this encounter, so maybe I'll grind a bit, right? Whereas if it's a similar level to the party, then I find myself saying, oh, okay, maybe it's a problem with, like the kit of items that I'm using or the skill assignment or something like that. And so I try to fix the party in a totally different way. So maybe this is just a lesson that I need to be paying closer attention to that than I usually do when I sit down to play a game these days. Grail, I just have to ask because you keep saying Wolf Boss and I need to know if it's the one I'm thinking of. Are you talking, this is not a spoiler for anyone, it's just a mechanic of the fight. Are you talking about the boss that you can stun with the noxious flowers in the forest? Is that the one you mean by the Wolf Boss? Yeah, okay, so that is the boss that I was thinking of. Yeah, I do wonder, like, how those things happen. I mean, maybe it was just truly an oversight in the design process. Maybe they had more enemy encounters in, like, between it and the previous boss, like, at an earlier stage in the development process and then took them out for some reason or something. Oh, look at you, Grail, knowing the actual fact of the matter explanation for what I was speculating about. Thank you, today I learned. That's really interesting game history, though. Because, I mean, that's something obviously you would never know if you were just sitting down to play the game. But how interesting that that's how that came to be. And I love that, too, because, like, the way I think about games and those little facts is, like, what an interesting story to, get more texture into how the development actually happened and the finished product was created. But then I also love it because, like, that's not mutually exclusive from looking at the game as it is, how it came out, and saying, like, well, okay, even if the developers didn't mean it to be this way, this random monster in the forest is way stronger than you would expect. Like, what might be an interesting explanation within the story for why that's the case? Like, maybe the air is even more fucked up there than the party realizes. Maybe it's protecting its young or something. I was doing too many things at once. That's my bad. I was speculating too much about the intersection of game design and story. Oh shit, it's not even a fight we can retry? Well, that actually pisses me off, so that means we have to go all the way back. Okay. Grail, I'm taking the blame for that, but that's a lesson to both of us. I have to focus slightly more on actually getting through those encounters.
So much malevolence.
You're too fun to talk to.
Last time we fought Heldalf.
It just means we're getting closer and closer to him.
Yeah, we can't afford to let our guards down.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't even have mentioned it and given you crap were it not for the case that,
Here they are.
like I said, we have so much aspirationally to try to get through in this stream, but that's probably just not going to happen, which is okay. And see, then I get into a bad cycle because when I'm kicked all the way back to that save point, then I really don't want to fight all of the same hallway enemies than I did before, but we need the experience, and we don't have any of that experience from before. Maybe that's not a required enemy to fight in the dungeon. I'm really surprised there would be that combination of a level and difficulty jump, and then also in a game that oftentimes lets you retry boss fights, not an opportunity to retry the fight.
I still got stamina.
Alright, where the hell are we going? Oh, the harpies. Well, at least now I can watch for that classic Dragoon attack again. If she reappears. Oh! No. Guess we changed our mind. We're doing a different enemy. Ancient armor.
The servant ever loyal to his master.
Is this your first time seeing a lifeless Hellion? Loosen up, buddy.
Quit being such a creeper and cover me.
Every ultimate nexus of evil in the world needs one that guy. Doesn't it, Grail? I'm just now I'm nervous about the idea that I voiced before about there being 4 of them, because that's 4 chances to make the kind of tactical error I just did. Well, hopefully we'll find some more save points along the way, otherwise we might just have to tag up on that one in the entrance to Artorius' Throne along the way so we don't risk losing all our progress.
You act on instinct way too much.
No, it's not. It's old school in that way. It's only saving at the save points. I think, unless I've been totally missing that throughout the whole game. No, it's not.
You're not gonna run away? I'm digging her nails.
It's interesting that they took a step back from the save philosophy in the Zestiria games for this. I had forgotten that, as you know, I've only played some of the first Zestiria game, but I forgot that it included quick saving. I guess that does kind of make sense to me in terms of the narrative, because actually, well, actually, I was going to say 2 things. Oh, is it a pause menu thing? Alright, I'll try that after combat. What I was going to say was I feel like if it is just at the save points, that kind of makes sense in terms of just the focus on this game in terms of like the Earth and Historia and recording certain moments in certain places. So I feel like saving is like the way saving works is definitely the kind of thing that can reflect the overall universe of a story, and that would kind of make sense to me in a game like this. The other thing, I think, and we'll have to go back and check at that save point, but
Tough enemy. Let's prepare for our next battle.
I think the save points in this game have the Edna's symbol of like the like Earth element on them, and so I wondered whether part of it was almost being able to like tap in and commune with the Earth in order to make and keep a record of your events. It would be kind of cool if the idea is there are like fixed hotspots on the Earth that allow for that. But let's see. Oh, son of a bitch, you're totally right. Well, there goes that idea. That really bums me out. we could have avoided losing a lot of progress over the course of our playthrough if I had known that earlier. Well, I'll try not to kick myself too hard about that. At least now we know now, right? So we can use that before we fight what's-his-face? Katoblapas. That's right. It's a good time to learn. The worst time is at the very end of the game, and the second to worst time is right now. What are these guys weak to? Yeah, see, these are 64! What the heck, Zestiria? What are you trying to tell us? It's a great feature, yeah, I can't believe that I totally forgot about it. I don't think they introduced it in the in-game tutorials, which is funny with how much time they take introducing everything in the in-game tutorials. But I feel like that's a pretty key thing I would have remembered. You know, saving early and saving often, it's a good practice. I've said more than a few times on this stream, I've become obsessed with saving multiple times at every possible opportunity on this stream because my Tales of Symphonia remastered stream had a glitch that was very much in the spirit of the OG GameCube game, where in Ymir Forest on the way to Heimdall, we used like one of the birds to travel across the forest, and Lloyd and the gang flew off of one screen, excuse me, and then the screen went black and it never came back. And I lost like 30 minutes of navigating through those woods. Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely a side effect of old school gaming, so I feel like I should have learned my lesson back then, but again, better late than never.
Take on this cute-looking succubus.
But she's a powerful opponent with few weaknesses.
We've come this far.
I think the problem is, like back a few generations ago on older consoles, I did have that habit, and then I've been so spoiled by more recent games that just do that obsessive saving for you automatically with the way their autosaves work. And so I've gotten out of the habit, and it was really only going back to Tales of Symphonia Remastered that very quickly reminded me, oh no, sometimes you have to manually do that work yourself.
The ruins.
Goodbye, harpies. No, I don't want the dangerous encounter. Will you two separate? Please? Ah, fuck it.
Ready, everyone? It's a tiger hellion which attacks Seraphim in the dark.
Don't try to face him one-on-one. Good luck.
Yeah, if I were a betting man and could put money on my own stream, I'm just looking at the clock, I would bet a sizable amount of money that our playthrough of Zestiria before the DLC is going to take us at least through this Wednesday. Because I don't see finishing the main story and an EX dungeon and the Dark Turtles in 2 hours. But that's okay, it's plenty of good content. And clearly there are basic things for us to continue learning about the game's systems, even now, as we stand at the precipice of the game's conclusion, so... plenty of time for that, too. You know what it is, too, Grail? Like, I don't mind how it looks. I just feel like no matter where I position Armatized Edna and Saray relative to the enemy from like any range, the rock half the time will very slightly miss and just not connect with them at all. And when it's one of the moves in like their basic combo chain, I I feel a little hamstrung by that. Well, I think even knowing that the two side paths were the wrong way from the first time, I think I promptly forgot and went down them anyway. But that's okay, because that means we have closely replicated the number of random encounters we had before. Now we can get back and fight that level 80 jerk. Oh, I forgot we got Saray's higher Mystic Art too. I want to try that out when we get a chance. I think it takes 5 blast gauges though. I'm addicted, Grail. I'm like Azura at risk of turning into a Hellion myself because I'm so obsessed with quelling all the malevolence. Give me the ultimate sword so I can kill everyone and all of the malevolence by extension. Oh, Azura. Why couldn't things have gone a little better for you?
Hey, babes. What kind of guys are your type? Man this ain't even fair.
What a name for an enemy type. Hell Lady. Not a Hell Woman. Not a Hell Girl. We're talking about some Hell Ladies. I think it was last stream that we went through the slime ruins, or maybe it was the stream before. But I remember talking about how much I enjoyed that Lila gave a little bit of background into the ooze as like hellions that come about from humans who get overwhelmed by their own greed. And I was thinking it would be so cool if we got that level of detail from Lila about like some of the endgame enemies and hellions in this area, because especially since we have so much of the history of the particular meaning of this place and what role it played in Michael the Shepherd's story, and Heldalf's story, and even Mount Hellas. It would be interesting to know, like, well, did like the Snake Woman Hellions, for instance, like, were they women who were abandoned by like their husbands to like fight in the ensuing war between Rowlands and Highland that ended up corrupting Camlon and Mount Hellas, or some of the suits of armor, like those warriors who didn't make it through. Obviously, we can speculate, and that's fun too. But it would be neat to get a few more of those little stories, even just for the unique Hellions in this area. Yeah, I mean, of all the curses to threaten someone with, I think turning into a blob would be a pretty good one for diverting me away from doing something. Annabella, see, this is my problem, Grail, because like I just played Final Fantasy, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago, whenever it came out, and already my brain is so saturated with other games, I'm searching it for like, which one is Annabella? Why do I not remember her? Which one is Annabella? Oh, sure. I see what you're saying. Yeah, speaking of snake ladies. Okay, I think I need a 4-hit combo. Show me! What the hell? What did I do wrong? Does it have even more special conditions that I forgot about? I know, I wanted to see it go off. Do you have to set it? After a 4-hit combo in a normal stage, yeah, that's what I did. What the heck? That's annoying. Maybe Saray has to land 4 hits in a row, because I was piggybacking off of someone else's combo. I didn't see why that would make a difference. Frustrating. Well, thankfully, there are plenty of enemies to grind on so that we can try again. That is one of the things that, speaking of mechanics that are unique to Zestiria, I do feel like half the time in this game where I try to make the inputs for the character in a battle to do one thing, it'll do something else. Like, I notice it a lot when I'm trying to pull off Mystic Arts for Armatized Saray. Half the time I feel like it'll trigger either his associated healing art or his Blast Gauge attack, whatever the term is for that, instead of the Mystic Art. And I don't always know what I'm doing wrong in those situations. It's like sometimes the inputs just default to the lesser of the two commands. I will say, I think I've come to appreciate, what it's doing and why its combat system is different. I think they did a really thoughtful job of basically building a different kind of combat system from the ground up that really resonates with the kind of stories that they wanted to tell and the particular relationships between these characters. So I get all of that, but that said, I will admit there was something a little refreshing for me just purely in terms of gameplay, in going back to Zestiria and picking up the much more familiar, what I would call the standard Tales gameplay system. Although at this point, honestly, between Zestiria and Berseria and Arise, maybe it's more of the retro or old school Tales gameplay system. But I get that this is just different, and I enjoy them both, but I think definitely since Symphonia was my first one, that will always be how I think about Tales combat gameplay. Oh yeah, I can imagine Grail going right into this after Graces. I mean, talk about a different kind of game in basically every sense. Maybe not every sense, actually. As I stop and think about the endgame of Graces, I guess there are some similarities in theme, but especially in terms of world and gameplay and stuff like that, very different. Okay, I want to try this Mystic Art again. I'm a little worried now. Anything? What the hell? What am I doing wrong? You'd think that this battle system could help you disambiguate it by having it have a different button command to activate, but it's the exact same activation. It's just supposed to be when you have 5 blast gauges and after a 4-hit combo. All right, I'm not gonna go crazy trying to figure it out, but it's bewildering to me. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the next thing to try, Grail, right? I mean, what other levers can we pull here? I don't really see any.
Don't get careless. It's said that Garudas possess godlike levels of mana, and it can totally.
Ha, Garuda. Speaking of Final Fantasy 16, Grail. Yeah, interesting. Thank you for noticing the little things like that. I'll definitely try it that way next time. Ay. Working all the way up to 5 though, that's a toughie. I can't tell if this is in my head or not, but I feel like the later stage blast gauges, like BG4, 5, also charge more slowly than the earlier ones. Which would make sense. It just makes it all of the more challenging when I'm simply trying to learn whatever I'm supposed to do to use the higher Mystic Art. Alright, back to here. See, I can't... And then I feel like I'm just stuck in the procedure of working through the dungeon because, like, I already gave my fun with the Terrible Fate commentary on these dungeons and the role that the puzzles play in them and everything. The last time we were here! Before we miserably failed. It's okay. Gives us time to think about and talk about other stuff. Oh, is that right, Grail? Wait, Grail, are you a dev? That has never come up. Do you make games? Not to pry, obviously. I'm just curious. And I already made that great joke about the strawberry shortcake. God damn it, Aaron. He's up here, right? I just want to kill him so we can move on to fresh content. There you are, you SOB. Alright. Gonna heal up. Quick save up. Then go on from there. What do we want? Food! Is there anything with an effect that would really help us? I feel like that damage of resistance effect would be a bit of overkill. Whatever, I'm not going to overthink it. This should be fine. I feel you, Grail. I think that's the most natural thing for people who love games to do, is just to, you know, think about the games you love and think about what other games would be cool riffs on them. Like I told Dan when I listened to his most recent Pokemon podcast, I said, I know you put together a really thoughtful take on Pokemon because as I was listening to it, I came up with ideas for like 3 other games. So I'm exactly that kind of person too. I think the way that my dev contacts tell it, the good news is it's easier than ever to kind of teach yourself how to stand up at least like pretty basic games and learn some of the skills. There's this platform, I think it's called Twine, that is really easy for making very simple games. And I think a lot of like game dev programs actually teach people on that these days. That's not the kind of thing that I've done personally at all, but if the mood ever strikes you, I think there are a lot of options like that out there now. All right, let's try to, well, frankly, just be a little bit better this time. And to talk less. I'm reminding myself that was the issue last time. So as much as I love the conversation, I'm going to focus a little bit more on actively engaging and kicking this guy's ass so that we don't have a repeat performance. How much HP are we working with? Okay, 3,600. That's not awful. Just has some pretty powerful spells, it looks like. So maybe it's better to stay not armatized if we can afford it, because if he starts casting, we're not going to be able to do much about that in armatized form. Though a lot of his spells seem to be those annoying types where, even though they're clearly spell equivalents, he doesn't need to cast them, and so he doesn't really have the opportunity for an interrupt. Oh, no. Yes, he does. With some of them at least. God damn it! Yeah, I think it's that Fangs attack. I think that's what knocked us out last time, too. Need to be more proactive with healing. That's the lesson. Okay, we have a Mystic Art. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Times 1.6. That's what we're looking for. Not as devastating as I would have liked, but it's something. Oh, I forgot that we have like 1 million arcane bottles. God bless the late game. Sometimes half the battle is just remembering what's in your inventory. And the other half, as we learned last time, is knowing how to actually use it. Hourglass, why do you betray us? Yeah, maybe this is unsportsmanlike, but I'm really mad about that KO he got off on us, so I'm okay with it. Exactly. And I find myself kind of grateful that they, that shops start selling things like arcane bottles, because it does feel like, okay, it's only unlocked in the late game. You can use it to plow through enemies if you want. It's not like a win button or, ramping your character up by 20 levels, so it doesn't feel unfair in a way that's not fun. But you actually get the benefit of using the item as opposed to sitting on it for the whole game only to use it against the final boss or something. I am probably using it beyond the point of it being fun or fair now, but again, I'm mad at this guy. I'm okay with that. Boy, he is holding his own. Oh, I was hoping the little write-up might have a bit of history on his background. Oh, that's okay. We can speculate. Based on our battle, he is someone who was an unfair asshole in life. There you go, Grail. Thank you for endorsing my deviant behavior. That's really all I'm looking for. Yeah, that's true. I guess we can think of this Hellion as an homage to Genus and Archie, Jade, all the great casters who have ruined the lives of so many enemies across the Tales games. Now they're having their day of payback. Got to be almost done now. See, and now he's so close I don't even want to use the Mystic Art. Probably better to sit on it.
Ain't you overdoing it a bit there,
All right.
mister?
No, this is about normal for me.
Maybe he was optional, and that's why he was so overleveled. Because it doesn't appear as if that had any material impact on the dungeon. It just seemed so much like a Hyrule Castle setup, where you have to knock out all of the general style bosses in order to gain access to the king. Thank you, Grail. I don't know if I feel great about that GG, because it felt a little cheaty, but I'm satisfied that we got our revenge at least, and I'm definitely going to remember to quick save. I think, yeah, I checked. Something for Lila. Oh, I think just one of those weapons that's designed purely for fusion. Which is rare. I don't think they're unique, but rare. Is that what they are? Are they Devil's Arms? I don't know if I knew whether Zestiria had them, because I never ran into them. So that would make sense if he dropped a Devil's Arm. But I think it's the same version as there was some similar unusual weapon that we picked up last time in Camlon. I think also after we fought a unique Hellion, and there was a little skit about how it was a unique item for fusion. Although maybe that's what it was saying. Maybe it was saying, oh, if you fuse these items 10 times with the Lord of the Land, you'll get a Devil's Arm out of it. That's definitely something that I never did back in the day.
I'll protect you, Rose.
No, I haven't, Grail. I don't even know that I've heard that much about them. Like, the name is vaguely familiar to me, but I couldn't even tell you who makes them. Are they great JRPGs? Should I add them to my list, like the Trails games? Yeah, come on, Grail. We were talking about this. Rock throw, fair and balanced. Works every time. What's the Anchorman line? 80% of the time, it works every time.
They don't call me boss for nothing.
That's what the rock throw move is.
Sweets are so good.
Maybe that and the lower level of Edna is just to balance her out because, like, she would be too powerful and throw off the cosmic balance otherwise. Let's face it, that girl is a force. Okay, we are definitely somewhere. Man, the levels and relationships between the various bits of rock in this map make it very hard for me to keep track of where we are. Which I'm sure is the point. But it's a very hard map for me to use effectively.
Sympathy if I were you.
Don't worry. I'm not here to give a service.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I know very little about either, so I could believe it, but that's not saying much. Oh, Grail, I hate that you said that about this being a recolored Hell Lady because I didn't see it, and now that you said that, I can't unsee it. I think you're right, just like recolored and with a like a transparency effect on the end of the tail. Well, you know, it's good to be efficient and multi-purpose with your sprites. That's how we got Majora's Mask. If anything, actually, the more I'm thinking about that, the more unsettled I'm getting, because does that mean it's like the ghost of a snake lady? Like a ghost Hellion of a Hellion who had already died? Because that would make me even more uncomfortable. Yeah, but also, Grail, I mean, think about the area you're talking about, right? This is not a small dungeon with 2 hallways. This is like 5 different dungeons wrapped into one. Like, I feel like we were in a different zip code the last time we encountered a snake lady. I'll never not think of Dark Souls and Quelaag when I fight a half woman, half spider. Okay, so we can go this way. This is a new way. Oh, nice. Okay, and I think this is going to wrap around to the other side that we were at way earlier, and we're going to be able to destroy the points of darkness to be able to get back. So my guess is this is going to be symmetrical, and we'll have another level 80 Hellion to face over here, which maybe will give us another one of those, maybe Devil's Arms, maybe just weird, unusual Feudin item. Now the more I'm thinking about it, the more I want to actually check them out, because I want to know what the whole story is. And they just teased us in that skit. They didn't explain them. So what's like the basic premise of the, what is it, the YS games? Is that how you pronounce it? Or Ys? Pitch me on the series, Grail, while I try desperately to stay alive. Son of a bitch. I feel like my bar for battle themes in Tales Final Dungeons is very high. But with that said, I will say I feel like this is a pretty cool battle theme. Like, it has a nice mixture of, I think, like desperation, but also heroism and bravery, which seems like the right tone to be striking for the culmination of a King Arthur Christ adventure when you're in the den of evil and trying to finally overcome it. I think they can heal too. I think that's why they're giving me shit. I'm just gonna pause to read your message, Grail, so I don't accidentally kill the whole party again. Oh, are you serious? That sounds like such a me game. Is that why you asked? That feels like exactly the kind of thing I would like play the crap out of and then want to write about and talk about to death. Do they all follow the same guy, or is it like different game, different guy with like a gamified version of his travel journal? Excuse me. Well, that was rough going. At least in Zestiria, you can force feed the characters when they're already full. Which is probably not super ethical, but very convenient for HP management. Oh, that's super cool. So it's a series that not only follows the same characters, but also ages in a compelling way over time, presumably as you're also aging with the narrative. And it has this whole like in-world gamification of their experience and lives. I'm shocked that I've never heard of this series before. Like, no one has recommended it to me before you, Grail, because that truly sounds like it checks all of the boxes in terms of the interesting stuff that I look for in video game storytelling. I'll have to check that out. Have they been around for a long time? I mean, I imagine there's got to be a lot of them if you're talking about Wise 8, so like at least 8, right? Because I don't have enough long-running JRPG series to keep me busy. You know, sometimes the niche teams are the ones that do the most interesting work. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised by that. Nicleo. If you don't eat, we're gonna make you do the Norman Carena as penance. It's funny, I was thinking about that line earlier for some reason. It's like, it's such a one-off. Like, I think there's one skit with Edna telling Nicleo to do the Norman Carena as penance. But I feel like it's almost set up as a catchphrase of hers because I remember it so vividly, and I remember it in a way where I think she says it so many more times over the game, but it's like literally not come up again since maybe the first like 30 minutes of Edna joining the party.
I'll protect you, Rose.
89! Oh no, Grail, why? Alright, well, I'll finish Tales of Praxis, and then I'll go to play all of those. And after, like, 2 or 3 years, I'll get back to you on how I found them. I love that series like that exist out there, but I mean, I'll put it this way. I understand the people who say that stuff like Xenoblade, with how long they are and how many they are, makes it too intimidating to even start playing the games. Which, of course, when you're someone who has played the games, it's sad, and you want to tell them, oh, just give it a chance, it doesn't feel that long, it's worth your time. And all those things are true, but it's definitely an investment. Yeah, it's always a matter of finding the time, right? And with JRPGs, I firmly believe that, like, as long as they are, it really can be worth the time. It's just a matter of finding those JRPGs that really do have something interesting to say and, you know, say it in an interesting and compelling way. Like a really long novel, right? I don't see it as any different than something like that. That is a big part of why, when it comes to new games I play, either it's games that are in a series that I already know and care about, and so I trust it's going to be something interesting to say for that reason, or else, really, way more than anything that's advertised to me, I'll mostly just go off of recommendations from people whose judgment I trust. So, like, this is a great example of that, Grail. Like, I would probably more than likely, and will more than likely probably pick up, like, the Trails games and the Wise games, because you're talking about them, and I can, you know, clearly tell between your judgment and the things you're saying about them, like, that's definitely the kind of game I would enjoy and find super interesting. But, like, there's no way to know or trust that, at least for me, from, you know, just like trailers or the stuff that's generically mass marketed about new games these days. Just too many out there. Ooh, I like short. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing. Like, the amount of time required to complete JRPGs vary widely by the game, so maybe they're not some of the longer ones. That would definitely make it easier for me to buy into them. I like games that might as well be novels. Once again, you're speaking my language. Yep, as foretold, another parapet? I guess you might call this a parapet in the Chaos Castle. And another Hellion. I would bet quite a bit of money that it's another level 80, so we can do one of those quick saves. Alright. Well, if we got the one, I'm sure we can get the second one. It's all just a matter of getting over the hump. Grail, I promise you he's level 80. I would be shocked if he were not. If he's not 80, he's going to be 90, just to joke with us. Yep. Got a bunch of level 80s. Oh, but good news! This one has 20,000 more hit points than the last one. Yeah, I think really large and slow and doesn't cast a lot. That's kind of the sweet spot for easy to manage, really high-level enemies in Zestiria. Like that many-armed one that we ran across in Camlon in the last stream. That looked like he would be very, very hard. That was actually a big ol' slow pushover. A nice change of pace after the last one. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. .75 multiplier. I love it. Yeah, and this one is a hippogriff, which is definitely a mythical creature, which makes me gonna have to look up the name of the one that we fought before. Hippogriff I also have in my head, maybe just from Harry Potter, but as like something out of more like English or medieval mythology, which would definitely obviously resonate with all of the like King Arthur and Western influence that Zestiria specifically draws from. Yeah, despite this one having so many more hit points, he's so much easier to manage. I love it. Oh my god. That definitely sounds long, Grail. Is there like a point of reference for that would be meaningful to me as a Westerner in terms of like how many number of like words that equates to, or like length of playthrough? Like, does that mean it's that many words long, or do different numbers of characters correspond to different numbers of words? I should really know that. I guess that Heaven's Bolt he has is a pretty rough attack, but easy to dodge if you just get around it. And he takes a good minute to cast it. Oh yeah, and a worn out pendulum, which I'm going to guess is one of these other mysterious items we've been talking about. Yeah, it's able to be fused with any other pendulum, but its base parameters will never improve. That definitely sounds like a Devil's Arm, so yeah, I guess these must be the Devil's Arms. Boy, so I wonder, like, Grail, were you just guessing that, or do you know the trajectory of the Devil's Arms in this game? Like, is it worth getting them in the sense that it unlocks like a special quest or content or a boss in the way you get in something like Abyss or Symphonia? Or Vesperia, I guess. Or is it just, like, Devil Arms for the sake of having the weapons and having, that's that particular kind of build? They are indeed cool. Oh, that's funny. You said they're cool, and for half a second I was like, well, but they'd be really weird in this game, right? Because they're all about making you stronger as you kill things, and the Shepherd's Party is not about killing things. But I guess maybe the twist is, if they're weapons for the Seraphim and the Shepherd's Party, maybe they grow stronger as you, like, purify more Hellions, which is the same thing as defeating enemies in battle, which would make them almost kind of, in terms of name, like the Angel's Arms instead of the Devil's Arms, because you're doing something that's like a moral good. I think I might have gotten myself turned around here. I think we wanted to leave the other way. Heavenly legs! We solved it, Grail. Which means that they're all Greaves, and everyone has to equip them to their legs and be like Regal in Symphonia. Wow, an average completion time... I'm just catching up on your other message. An average completion time of 134 hours. Now that is a JRPG. Like, that is a meal. That reminds me of my time with Xenoblade. There is a special magic, I think, though, to a game that's that long, because it really is, at that point, like, as you said, Grail, like, an epic novel that, spans lifetimes and different ages and sagas, and like to be able to participate in that in the way a video game allows you to. I think there's a special kind of magic to it when it's studying themes and ideas with characters who are interesting to you and you think is worth your time. Yeah, 11 others. I can't fathom it. Oh, it's easy to explain what's happening on screen, Grail. So the mammoths heard what you were saying about the camera angle being weird in corners, and they wanted to let you know that even when we're wide out in the open, in the overworld, outside, they can make the camera angles just as awkward and impossible to use. God. Yeah, you'd think there'd be a way even to just like zoom out the camera. If anything, I feel like it usually zooms in when battles start. I do think a nice thing specifically for Vesperia final dungeon enemies is enemy groups like the one we just encountered, where different enemies have different elemental resistances and weaknesses, so it actually like challenges you after a game where you mostly don't have to do this to juggle in between Seraphim and armatize and de-armatize and armatize with new ones. It kind of forces you to play a little more dynamically. Okay. Of all the possible layouts of a few rooms, this is definitely one of them. Yeah, that's right. It's all about the cape artistry. Grail. It's a nice cape. Caliburnus. A ritual sword forged in the pursuit of the perfect weapon. Oh, I like that. Does it blow our previous build out of the water if we equip it? It does make him quite a bit stronger. We lose that sweet, sweet G Union we worked so hard for, but I feel like at this point it might even be worth it just for the attack power, honestly. I mean, I guess being stronger against fiends is really helpful here. Let's try it. That's right. I mean, they already gave us Excalibur at the start of the game, so they didn't really have anywhere to go from there. Other Excalibur. Excalibur Prime. I mean, and also Grail, catching up on your previous message, it is true that if you're not slinging rocks, you're not living, so... Wait, you're telling me there are other movesets? There are other characters? No, that can't be right. Yeah, so I guess in some ways more like the traditional sword, and in other ways, not quite. I mean, I don't know what versions of King Arthur you've been reading, Grail, but, I mean, who's to say what went on between Arthur and the Lady of the Lake? You know what I'm saying? I ask you, in what other part of the world on a Monday evening could you be riffing jokes on King Arthur lore. If not here, on Tales of Praxis. we know what we're about, I guess.
Do we really need to do this?
Grail, I'm blaming you for this because I think the snake ladies heard that you missed them. So they've come back in droves. Oh no! Anyway. You're gonna say that and then they're gonna kill us right away as a joke, just because I've been forgetting to quick save. One thing that is a kind of interesting narrative connection, that I'm just kind of noticing now as I'm paying more attention to the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of enemies, is as much as there are enemies with basically every elemental alignment in this final dungeon, I feel like there are more than a few who have the weakness to water, which is interesting because, you know, in all of the sequences that we've had in Camelon's past and talking with Gramps and everything leading up to like the destined journey of Sorey and Mikleo, it's interesting to think that it's not just that Sorey is destined to be the shepherd, but actually that like his bond with Mikleo is part of what is like uniquely positioned to overcome the Lord of Calamity. And so it's cool if that's your reading of like Sorey and Mikleo's relationship, to then see all of these enemies having the weakness to water in like Heldalf's dominion at the center of it all, because then of course that means that this shepherd Sorey, armatized with his water seraph Mikleo, is in some sense like uniquely positioned to pierce the malevolence that is enshrouding Heldalf. And Grail, you've just shown everyone there are two ways to think about everything in a game. Boy, I don't know that I've ever received a message telling me that I don't have room for any more all divides in a Tales game. That's what happens when the shops let you buy them, I guess. Oh no, it's just a random enemy. Well, we're here now. I think the answer to that is no, Grail. I was trying to remember if we've met anyone who's a Hellion who's also conscious. I guess yes. I was thinking of all the like evil people who don't have malevolence, a lot of whom have been the enemies in the late game. But like Lunar was a Hellion; he was very clearly conscious. The Lord of Calamity, I guess, is in some sense Heldalf is his own thing, but also he has plenty of malevolence, so he's kind of also Hellionized. So I think it's right to say they're conscious. I think it's more that in being a Hellion, they've kind of corrupted to the point of losing their sense of self. Although it's interesting, that was kind of like that was the expectation, I think, of Sorey and the Seraphim when they started off this journey. But remember, one of the things that Heldalf challenged them about when we fought Heldalf for the second time was that there's a sense in which, like, Hellions are still like people making decisions and have their choices. It's just that like the difference between giving into malevolence and being pure in the way that the shepherd is that like Hellions are, they kind of give in to impulse. Like if they want to do something, they do it and don't like reflect on it in the way that you might think of a more like reflective and deliberative conscious. Whereas like the shepherd and his brood and other pure people, you know, it's not just that they do what they believe in, but that they also like actively decide to do or refrain from certain things based on what they think is right, which is kind of the impulse control that is what defines Hellions. Long answer to a short question, but I think that's the best sense I've been able to make of it at this point in the story. And it is interesting. That's one of the things that I was talking a lot about in your absence, is that I think just like understanding the baseline of like the plot in this story, let alone what it's trying to say, requires a lot more active interpretation, because not only do they have a lot of these terms like Hellion and malevolence and purification, but sort of the party's understanding of those terms and our sense of like the nature of the world changes a lot as the story progresses. And so I think you almost like, you have to constantly be asking yourself those questions and coming up with and testing hypotheses in order to even get a sense of like, why is Saray doing what he's doing, and what does Heldalf really stand for? Why do people like Simone and Maltran side with Heldalf? It doesn't quite seem that they're evil, but they definitely have some kind of overlap with him. So I think if you're not thinking about this stuff, it's really easy to like write this game off as being very simplistic. But I also think like it has some interesting things to say. It's just, it's asking you to be a little more, speaking of consciously engaged with it than I think you oftentimes need to be to get the gist of a JRPG's plot. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, that maybe they can just almost like sense his shepherdness and the bond with the Seraphim. Yeah, I think that's part of the interesting question, right? I'll pause here because I think, I need to quick save, and I think this is a really interesting thing to talk and think about, and I'm sure it'll come up when we confront Heldalf also. Like, these games in particular, like JRPGs broadly, but I think the Tales games also say a lot of interesting things about monsters, because, you know, there's this whole idea that because a video game is combat oriented, there are always going to be things that you have to fight. But then the interesting video game, and I think especially the interesting JRPG, kind of uses that as an opportunity to say like, well, what is it that really makes these things monstrous, and are they really worth confronting based on that being their place in the world? And so it's interesting because like the literal monster Hellions, like the random fodder we've been fighting, it almost seems like they, you know, there's no sense in which they're conscious at all, right? But then kind of the more sophisticated and developed Hellions, they're able to hold conversations. They definitely have a sense of self, even though they strongly diverge from the shepherd. Maybe even something to think about is like maybe some of these Hellions, I think they talk about this a little earlier, especially with Eisen. So I was going to say maybe they're different animals, but I think it's more of like people and conscious beings who have been corrupted in different ways and for different lengths of time. So remember, part of what was so sad about Eisen, who kind of became the ultimate Hellion, the dragon, the pinnacle of malevolence, was that, like Edna said, he needed to die because he had totally lost his identity and his sense of self. So maybe it is that idea of like, I think Zestiria has some interesting things to say, or like prompt you to ask about like what does it even mean to like be a person and act in the world. And I think part of it is almost suggesting like if you're not like actively making decisions and governing yourself in kind of a similar way to an oath, right? Where you're saying like, these are things I care about, and therefore I will do certain things, and I will also refrain from doing other things. Like if you don't have that level of decision making, there's a sense in which you're not even human, because you're like not letting yourself reflect on the value of your actions and let the things you care about guide it. So like if you're purely impulse, there's kind of a sense in which you don't have a mind, even if you can do things like hold a conversation, right? So I think that's a big part of what distinguishes not just Sorey as the shepherd and the seraphim from the other Hellions, but also, maybe just as importantly, all of the Hellions as enemies from people who are antagonists in the story and trying to stop Sorey, but who don't have any malevolence, and so he can't purify. People like Maltran and Simone, Cardinal Fortin, right? There's this whole cast of characters that basically sums up in what Sorey says to Simone after they beat him, saying, hey, you asked me whether people who only like bring about suffering deserve to live, and basically I think like it should be okay if you decide to be evil. Like that doesn't mean you have to die, which is like kind of a weirdly heartfelt thing to me, and I think speaks to this idea of like there's something that uniquely establishes you as a person, an agent, by being able to say these are things that matter to me, and that's how they're going to guide my actions in the world. And then, interestingly enough, it seems to be that exact kind of constraint on decision making that Heldalf and his ilk are rejecting for various reasons. Yeah, so I think maybe consciousness is not quite the right way to talk about Hellions. Maybe it's more like various degrees of losing your sense of self as you stray further from that capacity to deliberate and, maybe just as importantly, assign value to things, right? That seems to be a big part of what they're missing, which comes in everything from Harpy Hellions to Heldalf to Lunar to Eisen and everything in between. Okay, I think we quick save, but I'll do that again. So I know we have another big boy Devil's Arm fella out here. Oh no! It's a Hellion T-Rex! Man, Grail, now you have me thinking about this too, because it's interesting, like, if you're thinking about the perspective of the Hellions and how they see the Shepherd, like, there's also the cool difference between how so many Hellions, like the ones we encounter in hallways, actively chase him down, versus Hellions like this, who just stand around menacingly, and indeed, as you say, Grail, kind of cactus-like, and don't confront him. So I wonder whether there's an interesting way we could cash out, like, how these Hellions are different than others, such that they wouldn't approach him. Like, if it's a pridefulness thing, or if they've almost been bound to these spots in the world as, like, guardians of the Devil's Arms, since that's sort of the role that they're bound to play. But it's a really interesting distinction once you start thinking about the different sort of modes of action of the Hellions. So this one is weak to wind. Alright. Give me Zavid! Oh. Rostone. So we want Lila. Yeah, that's right, Grail. It's classic monster rolls where if you don't move, then the monster won't be able to see you. So the Hellion is just saying, if I'm perfectly still, you won't be able to see me. Then the next stage is they draw an anti-shepherd circle around themselves, like the anti-sea bear circle in SpongeBob. Boy, this guy's a toughie. Definitely not as easy as the bird. Oh my god, a gel that increases an ally's max HP by 30%? I totally forgot that this was an item they added. That's an interesting mechanic. Yeah, that's right. We're never talking about he who shall not be named again. Until we finally demand a rematch with him, but the time has not yet come for that nonsense. Why can he cast Graves so quickly, even when we don't hit him with hearts? That is nuts. It's like a half-second casting time, if that. Even in the battle, he's not that interested in fighting us. He just keeps slowly walking away. I feel almost bad for fighting him. You sure do, Grail. You sure do. Son of a gun. Speaking of animals with deliberate thought processes, if I haven't explained this in a while on stream, what's happening with Dat Dog in the background is she's jealous I'm playing and talking with people who are not her, and so she has put her favorite toy, her squeaky yellow bone, underneath my couch where she can't reach it, and now she's yelling at me because she wants to play with me, and she's trying to get me to do that by reaching under the couch and getting her bone for her. We call it reverse fetch because it's exactly what it sounds like. And then of course whenever I'm done streaming, she's very mad at me and holds a grudge and doesn't want anything to do with me and shuns me. My dog has more personality than most of these Hellions, you know? At least all these unblockable attacks are the slowest attacks in the entire game. What a death cry. Mangled umbrella. Alright. I guess I should have been keeping track of how many of these we've gotten. Languid sword, that's got to be one. Okay, so we have Cerez. One. That's such a cat thing to do, Grail. I love it. Yeah, they don't always accomplish their objectives in the best of ways, but they definitely have objectives and strong opinions. Not the shabby spear. Ragged dagger, that's two. Doesn't look like we have Miklia's yet. I know we got Lila's, that's what we started the stream with. Yeah, the decayed paper, that's 3. And we just got Edna's, that's 4. And yeah, we got Zavid's, that's 5. Okay, good. So unless they magically have one for Alisha also, we have one left and we have one more of these level 80 Hellions to take down here, which is great. Then we'll have them all. We can at least figure out what the heck is going on there. It's so funny you say that, Grail. I'm laughing because my dog sometimes will be like a cat in a dog's body, because when she was little, for a while, my ex-girlfriend lived with me and had a cat who was a kitten at the time, and so my dog kind of raised the kitten, and so the kitten ended up being a little bit like a dog, and I think Evie, my dog, also took up some cat-like character traits. So I swear, half the time when I'm gaming, she'll like jump up on the opposite corner of the couch, curl up in a little ball, and just start licking her paws and like bathing herself in the way a cat would. It's like I have never seen a dog do that in my life, but I think the cat taught her that is a reasonable way of getting clean. So sometimes I call her my little cat dog, which I'm sure she's not going to appreciate my sharing with the world. Man, I feel like an idiot saying this, but these battles are so much more efficient when you actually check the weaknesses and make sure you're using the right elements. It's almost like that's the point of the gameplay system. Fear not, Grail. For even though the dungeon wants you to get horribly lost, I have figured it out. It's symmetrical and we're basically just going in a big circle around the perimeter. As much shit as I've been giving the level 80 Hellions, they're actually helpful because they make it easier to keep track. Yeah, you see like the four sort of boxy looking parapets, one on each corner of like the diamond. So we basically we started at the topmost one and we're just going clockwise around that. So I imagine by the time we get to the last one, it'll also probably lead us or feed us into kind of the progression of the dungeon to wherever Heldalf is. But, as we both saw, it took some doing to figure out the layout. Yeah, there's a weird kind of tension, isn't there? Because, oh, I hope I didn't turn myself around. I might have turned myself around. I think that's the all divide that I had before. Where's the place to check? Yeah. That's funny. I was just telling you how, don't worry. I totally know which way I'm going. And then I totally did a 180 by mistake. That's pretty easy to fix at this point, though. I do want to quick save, though, because we haven't done that in a second. There is an interesting tension there, though, right? Because on the one hand, this is like, it's the heart of the Age of Chaos. Everything is fractured. There's kind of no order. And yet, as you point out, everything looks pretty uniform and similar. So there's almost like not any differentiation that would help you to get a sense of where you are or where you're going, which is pretty, like, monotone as opposed to chaotic and super variable. It reminds me a little, when you think of it that way, as what I was saying back when we were facing Simone on the way here with the illusions she generates, because there's something that's sort of like weirdly chaotic, even though it has almost no content, about like the illusion worlds she creates that are just these big gaping deserts where, actually really similar to what I was saying about this dungeon, you have no way of orienting yourself or finding your way around unless you're like tracking the different enemies, because like the random enemies on the map point you in the direction of where you need to go, similar to the way that the level 80 Hellions point your way around the corners of this map.
You know, you're pretty mature, Rose.
Boy, it was like that last rock throw landed behind the Hellion we were targeting, and then like the ricochet hit it or something like that. Every one of those attacks is a little bit different. Speaking of variety versus monotony. Oh, I see. I think I got turned around because on the other side of this dungeon, you go from a lower level to an upper level, and I think the order is reversed on the other side. which makes sense, but it's very disorienting. Of all the moves, Grail, it is absolutely one of them. It would be funny if there were like a meme bonus mystic art that armatized Soraya and Edna get that's just like a higher level scrap toss that misses even more dramatically than regular scrap toss. Is it even going to let me use my mystic art, speaking of mystic art? Come on! Alright. This is great. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of danger. It'd be less dangerous if I could actually use the Mystic Art. Well, that works too. Oh, there we go. Well, that ended up being a little bit of a bonus. Rolling a Burst Art into a Mystic Art. I forgot you could even do that. Probably should have been doing that for more of the game.
Yeah, we did it! All together now. 1, 2. So we're going now? Wait, what's that was a tough enemy. Let's prepare for our next battle.
I know I've said it before on the stream, but I do really love the special magic to the rapport between all of the characters in Soraya's party. I feel like they know each other and have just such a great and organic back and forth in a way that you can't always count on in a JRPG. Or just in a story, period. Okay, I'm confident I went out the right way this time at least. Looks like we have 2 ways to go here. Yeah, there's a chest at the terminus of this one, so we can start there. Good enough. You know, it's interesting, Grail, you say that. And again, we're so deep into the conclusion of Zestiria that I don't wanna make a lot of the stream about my renewed experience with Berseria. But it's interesting in thinking about the character relationships because one, I totally agree with you. I think that is absolutely one of the series' strengths. But as I was working through Vesperia, and you know, this time I'm playing it after I've played a lot of the Tales games in really quick succession, as you know. And so I was trying to ask myself, okay, how is this game really that different from the other games I've been playing in a way that would, like, make it harder for me to get into? And it was interesting because my first thought, without any spoilers for Vesperia, was, well, okay, it's interesting because with pretty much any Tales game, the characters, they have some kind of, a lot of them have deep and interesting relationships with each other, whether that's like, you know, childhood friends like Colette and Lloyd, or, you know, like relationships of destiny, like all of the Swordians coming back to finish what they started in Tales of Destiny, or Tyr and Van's relationship in Tales of the Abyss. The list goes on, right? Whereas in Tales of Vesperia, I feel like my experience of the party and the way they come together is it's very much like the island of misfit toys. Like, it's a bunch of people who are outcasts and don't really have anything in common except that they don't really fit in their world, and so they're like building a new family for themselves, which is very unlike the relationships that a lot of the other characters in the other games have. So I could see why You know, especially since I value those sorts of relationships in character building and just thinking about characters' relationship to plot and destiny. I could see why that would kind of turn me off of Vesperia. But then I also had this interesting follow-up thought where I said, okay, Aaron, so is what you're saying, like, Tales of Vesperia is a game about outcasts and black sheep, and the way it builds its party in light of that kind of makes it the black sheep and the outcast of the Tales series, because it's doing something in a way that none of the other games do? And so am I saying, like, I'm casting out the game about outcasts just because it's trying to do something different? So that alone was like interesting enough for me to want to give it more of a second chance, because when I have thoughts like that, then I find myself feeling like, okay, the game was definitely trying to say something, and maybe I just wasn't in the right state of mind to like think about it on its own terms, in terms of like what it was trying to do different from the other games and why, back when I first played it. And so that's a lot of the reason that I want to replay these games now in the Tales of Praxis context. The way that even if Dawn of the New World didn't end up being our favorite game, like, we had a lot of thoughts about why what it's trying to say as a response to Tales of Symphonia is like interesting and valuable, and something that is not maybe an extension of all the same storytelling in Symphonia, but is different in interesting and important ways.
I still got stamina to spare. You guys hanging in there?
Grail, I swear to God, it's you and me, dude. We are so simpatico on the same wavelength, because literally this morning, you can't make this up, this very morning as I was working through like the part of the game where you get to Dawngrest for the first time, and Carol has just asked Yuri, like, hey, what do you think about forming a guild? I had that exact same thought. I said, man, you know, Carol seems to feature in way more of this game than I remember. Is it maybe trying to say something about him more than a lot of the other party members? So, needless to say, I am right there with you. Which, again, that's an interesting thing for me to keep in mind as I'm continuing through the rest of the game and trying to read it, because I remember during my first playthrough, like, more so than many other characters in the Tales series, I absolutely could not stand Carol. I didn't like him. He was very annoying. I thought that his personal struggles were pretty one-dimensional and not kind of gripping to me. But again, especially now that I've played it once and I remember enough to the later story to like keep in mind how he plays a pretty central role in that. As I'm thinking more about him, similar to what I was saying about the game, I find myself saying, like, well, is that maybe kind of point of the, like, wow, excuse me, I like need more coffee or something. I can't get out words on this stream. I find myself thinking, well, is maybe part of the point of Carol the idea that, like, just as he's been rejected by so many guilds and had such a hard time finding his place in the world, like, we as players are also predisposed to reject him. And so is maybe part of the challenge for us as players just to give him a chance and treat him as on equal footing with everyone else. So I'm really trying to do that. There's a lot about him that is still pretty frustrating to me, but these games are just, they're so smart, and I don't think they get enough credit from people at large in terms of, like, working hard to say really interesting things that are worth thinking about. And I feel like Vesperia is doing that too, and I just haven't, like, cracked the code on exactly what that is or how it's trying to do that yet. So I'm hopeful I'll make more headway on that this time, the way I did with Dawn of the New World. I'm pretty confident that I'll have at least something to say or write about it when all's said and done, and that'll be a step in the right direction.
I still got stamina to spare. You guys hanging in there?
I keep having to make an effort to not accidentally turn us around again. No, but I mean, I'll see how I feel once I'm done with the story, because, like I said, there's a lot I don't remember super well, and I want to replay it and just have it fresh in my head. But I do feel like that's a question you can ask even with supporting characters in a whole mess of games. Like, you hear so many people say the same thing about Final Fantasy X, like, no, it's not really Tidus's story. The whole point is that he's our window into Yuna's story. And so I think that can be a really powerful way of changing the context of how you think about not just stories in general, but especially video game stories where, you know, there are avatars, and so oftentimes there's one character whom you primarily see things through their perspective, and you're also primarily in charge of their actions. So yeah, in Vesperia, for example, there'll be plenty of moments where Yuri leaves the rest of the party behind, and you're left just controlling him. And so I think we're oftentimes like just led to believe that, oh, our avatar is the main character because we're the ones controlling the story, and most of it happens through the avatar. But I think a lot of times we can totally unlock new ways of reading the story, and sometimes ways that make even more sense if we say, like, well, even if we're getting the story through the avatar's perspective, who's really at the center of these events and kind of maybe a symbol for the themes that the story is thinking about? That doesn't always have to be the avatar. Especially, like, you know, if you think about games not like the Tales games, but games with a silent protagonist, like the Legend of Zelda games, even Mario games in some sense, I guess you could say, or something like Bioshock. I mean, you know, pick your favorite example, right? So oftentimes those silent avatars are really just your windows into the world, and so, you know, they might be the way that you're doing most things, and how you bring about change in the world, but that doesn't mean the story is going to always be about them. Yeah, I was just sitting quietly here wondering whether you could make a similar argument about Tales of Symphonia. In some ways, Tales of Symphonia, I think, is almost a uniquely interesting case of this, I would say, Grail, because even though in many ways the story is about Lloyd, and not just because he's the character who serves as your avatar and perspective on the world, but also because, you know, so much of it focuses on his relationship with Kratos and the love of his mom and how that carries through the ages, and, you know, blah, 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 everything you can say about Lloyd. But also, like, it is a game that is uniquely engineered in a really cool way to give you, as the player, the opportunity to invest in and focus on a character who is not Lloyd, right? Because you have the whole complicated, unspoken relationship system that allows you to get insight into any one of the characters through, you know, the unique Flanor scenes and a different character being body-jacked by Mythos and all of that stuff. And so it's kind of the perfect case, I would say, of a game that, like, encourages you to think about how the narrative can be the story belonging to whichever character you're most interested in, which is part of why it's so fun to replay it. Like, you can find your interest focusing and gravitating towards a different character, and you can actually bring that character to life in a new way. I think that's actually a really cool way of articulating one of the things I love most about Tales of Symphonia, especially as I've gone back to it over the years.
I'm starting to feel very uneasy about this.
Hey, didn't I tell us to keep our chins up? Doesn't do any good to speculate.
You're right.
Right, this is a mirror too, so I think the last Hellion will be out that door. I want to make a note just to this point in the conversation, so I think I might want to write about it in the Tales of Symphonia thing I'm working on right now. Alright, and we're back. Do a quick save. Never a bad time for that. Well, yeah, I think I'm going to bet we'll have just enough time to get through Heldalf and roll credits. based on the time and how we're going here. To put us in a good position to do the last side quest content on Wednesday before the DLC. Yo, Grail, I heard you love ridiculous camera angles.
I'm in a bind here.
You were quite strong, but we're no pushovers either.
Let's restore our health.
Oh, trust me, even more fun to play. Well, we found a Norman. I think that means we win. We've beaten Heldalf by default. We've saved the Norman he imprisoned within his mind palace of malevolence. We want to heal the party.
What's that?
Oh, there's a point of interest around here, too. Awesome. And to think I almost skipped this room.
The ruins are calling me.
I think that is a really interesting thought experiment, Grail. I think you had not yet rejoined the stream when we had the, like the night before the final battle conversation that happened in Lastenbell. But one of the things that I was talking about when we had that point in the stream is that it strikes me as a really unusual and kind of cool night before the final battle scene, because that whole scene is focalized actually through Rose and Lila. Like they have their conversation on like the bell tower, looking down on everyone else and talking about like their roles in the journey and how they feel like they're more alike than they realized before. And they do have like interesting sort of parallel supporting roles for Saray, where Lila is his Prime Lord, who kind of spiritually grounds him, and Rose kind of grounds his humanity and sense of reality in a way that no other human can, because no one else has the resonance that he does. So I feel like maybe with Rose it would be harder to tell the same kind of story, just because so much of her story is kind of colored by Daisel's story and experiences, like back in the time when he's kind of shadowing and using her for his own purposes before they join up with Saray and everything. So it might be hard to change the context that severely while maintaining a lot of the same plot beats and theme and everything that we've, you know, come to expect and understand about Zestiria up to this point. With Lila, though, I mean, I think it would be really interesting to tell the story through her eyes. It would definitely be sort of a story that I think meditated more on like the cyclical nature of the shepherd process through the years, because remember, one of the things that kind of colors the exploratory nature of Saray's journey and what it is for him to find his own answers is the fact that Lila sends him off on a quest and won't tell him anything about the history of Mautelis or Michael or anything like that. It's all verboten by her oath, right? And so if we were to instead have the perspective and interiority of Lila from the get-go, it would, you know, it would probably be, I think, closer to the same sort of story that we get than Rose, but we would probably have a different experience in terms of thinking more about like the nature of what redemption and kind of cycles of society and humanity like the rise and decline of empires means in this world, since Lila has lived through several of those, right, and has retained knowledge of it, whereas going through things as Saray, the focus is much more on kind of what it means to really grow up and become a person in a lot of ways. Like, that's what a lot of it comes down to, adventuring enough in the world to figuring out what you value, and then having the resolve to authentically value those things through your actions while also not infringing on others and empowering them to pursue their own dreams. Like, that's what Saray is all about. That's what we get a lot through his particular journey, and we discover all of the history of the world kind of as an accident of that journey. So I think we would get a lot of, the same story in a way that would be consistent on a plot level. But I think that's one of the fun things in terms of how much a perspective can change what the actual story is on the level of theme, right? Because those two characters have such different standing in the narrative, different understanding of its plot and its world, and also care about and represent different things. I think it would totally change our role as the player, and kind of the meaning we give to our own actions in the world, and the messages that we take away from it at the end of the day. Oh, speaking of multiple shepherds.
Ritual swords. Yeah. Looks like this place had something to do with shepherds after all. There used to be a great many shepherds. If only some of them were still walking this earth. Right. But history is history, and it's put us here now. You, me, everyone. True enough. And don't forget, every moment we live is also part of history. Then we better do what we can not to disappoint our future selves. Yep. After all, the future's filled with jerks like me who hold the past to an impossible standard. Criticize this, you jerks.
That's actually such an appropriate skit for exactly what we were just talking about, Grail, because if you think about that, the way they're reflecting on previous shepherds and how in the past there used to be a lot of shepherds, one of the things that I've said before on the stream I was a little frustrated by is just the really cool window we get through the iris gems into this part of the world's past where there were a bunch of shepherds at the same time. And it's so interesting to me to think about, well, we have this model of like a very singular savior in shepherds like Michael and Saray, but what was the world like that allowed there to be multiple shepherds at the same time? And why is that different from now? And we don't really go into a lot of those details in the story. We haven't really gotten more color on that part of the world's history at all. And I think if we were looking at the story through the perspective of someone like Lila, who lived through that, we would get that kind of understanding. And the focus of the story would be more on things like how those times of the past were similar and dissimilar to what's happening now. Whereas, like, look at what Saray and Mikleo were just saying. Their focus in this story and their growth, and to use your word, their arc, has been a lot on figuring out how to decide their own journey and own that as the path they're taking through life that might be related to history, but is also creating new history and needs to stand on its own 2 feet. So I think it shows sort of the natural climax of their arc, and something very different than what we would expect from a Seraph who just has a different view and perspective on history, for them to say now in front of all of these tools of the shepherd. Yeah, that's interesting. It's like an intellectual curiosity. It's also part of the past. We can't dwell on it because we have to make our own contribution to the world now. I think that's a really cool way of distinguishing between the two perspectives. Yeah, see, and those kinds of questions that you just posed, Grail, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, just the idea of there being so many raises so many follow-up questions, like, why would they all be there? What were they trying to do? And you might recall, in those iris gems that show us the previous shepherds, it does look like they're, all together, like, waging a big kind of concerted battle or war even against, like, a bunch of Hellions. And so who knows, right? Maybe things were just even worse there, where you needed a bunch of saviors working together as like holy warriors. But as far as I can tell, the game doesn't seem to elaborate on that at all. At least it hasn't yet. And so it's interesting that it very clearly points that out more than once, but just kind of leaves us to speculate on how it actually fit in with the rest of the world history. well, it would be a different game, right? Just telling and focusing on different things. I've gotten a lot more interested in Zestiria this time around. And notice, I mean, we're able to have this kind of conversation about it because of all the things that Zestiria has given us in its story and world. So I think the the kind of alternate imagined game that we're talking about now, speaks to this world and the story that it's trying to tell as much as anything else. And that's one of the. It's something we can keep in mind as we move to Berseria, the prequel, as well, right? Because without giving anything away for people who haven't played it, that kind of does expand on the history and just the way we're talking about, and gives us a window into a very different kind of shepherd at a very different point in the world's history. So, whether they planned that all along or based that on feedback, it definitely seems like you and I are not the only ones who got really interested in kind of pursuing that window into learning more about the world, Grail. Ah, yeah, now we're getting the powerful skills because we're at the endgame. Thank you, Invalada. I appreciate you. Did that put us on track to any cool bonus skills? Well, if we did a lot of extra work, we could get a G Union in the last row, but somehow I don't see that happening. Hey, that's what the stream is for, Grail. Come on, you can give it another chance by proxy. You just gotta go into it with an open mind. And the fresh context of Zestiria. I'm bullish on that helping our interpretation of it.
Pretty smooth swordplay there, Rose.
My god, it's been a longer trip to this fourth Hellion than I had planned. I'm gonna dodge just a few enemies to try to catch us up. Thank God, I had a sinking feeling for a second there that I had turned us around again. A nice moment at which to see some unopened chests. Grail, I think we have well established at this point that talking trash and joking and everything in between is a core tenet of the analytical and aesthetic appreciation process. So I would be worried if you didn't offer those insights over the course of the playthrough. Just means you have to show up. I'm counting on you. So, I swear, if that sends me back to the beginning of the dungeon, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, thank God. That would have been the cruelest joke in this entire game. Oh. It's nice to have the throwback, but in another, much truer sense, I do not appreciate it at all. I thought about it. I don't think it would have totally royally fucked us because we did clear out those spheres of malevolence that were blocking our way before, so I think we'd be able to get back here somewhat efficiently. But I probably would have rage quit the stream at that point for the night. Just said, alright kids, we'll try again on Wednesday. Well, speaking of which, maybe I should take a second to do a quick save. While we're talking about things that could make me rage quit. Alright. What do we have last? Okay. Big. Hopefully slow. Hopefully the tail doesn't mess us up too much. Let's do it! Leroy Jenkins! Dinosaur. Wait. All the other ones are like these esoteric, like mythical creature sounding names, and then you just have dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. It's old. It's evil. Gotta kill it. Alright, anyway. And we're off. Oh, that's not what I meant. Why did I switch off of Edna? What was I doing? I assume it's also 82. I didn't catch that. Yeah, 80. Lots of HP, big, scary. All the bases covered. At least it's sufficiently long, Grail, that Scrap Toss can consistently hit it. See, we figured it out. It's not that the art is messed up. It was just meant for this fight and this fight alone. That's it. We solved it, Grail. And wait, if this is a Christ-inspired narrative, does that mean that dinosaurs and dinosaur extinction, as understood by modern science's standard, is also canon to the Christian church? Oh, Grail, I think we might have just unlocked the one true path to world peace. We just have to get everyone to play Tales of Zestiria. It would be a cruel irony since this dinosaur can cast spells if it were able to cast Meteor. Yeah, that's right. The most masochistic dinosaur in the world. Dinosaur used mass extinction event. It was super effective. Oh, I honestly couldn't even tell you. I'll have to watch the replay.
Must have been, if you're complimenting me.
I was busy doing party management to make sure we didn't choke in the last second. Decrepit staff! We got all of the... what we're pretty sure are Devil's Arms. Have to try fusing them at the Lord of the Land just to see if anything special happens. That I'm okay with. At least on the way down, it's a quasi-fast travel. Okay, I think this is the way forward? Maybe? Yeah, this seems right. Yes, because it's taking us up to the level where the star is. Okay, go team. Oh, and you know, I haven't played Berseria since it came out, but actually this Vista is giving me flashbacks to Berseria. I think I remember the sequence in Berseria that centers on this area. Oh, this is getting me excited to play Berseria. I know you're not a fan, Grail, but we're going to try to turn ourselves around on it.
Let's do some fortune telling.
This will be a good warm-up.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just, like I said, it's been sufficiently long since I've played Berseria that it took seeing it from just the right angle to remember one of the scenes that uses the same area. We'll talk about it when we get there. We'll talk about it. All right. Give it to me. Shout out the art you like.
Hey, Zavid. Didn't you say before that you had a score to settle with Maltellus?
Yeah, but it looks like I won't have to kill him.
The fact that you met Saray opened new possibilities for you, didn't it?
Yes, my fated meeting. Too bad my destiny was a shepherd, not a pair of hot twins.
Are you dumb?
Seriously,
Oh, Zavid.
to kill one of the 5 lords? Even to think that you could kill them is ridiculous.
Well, you never know what'll happen until you try.
You knew your answer from the start, and you've stuck with it the whole way through. I'm actually impressed.
Why, thank you, Rosie. Care to sign a pact and be my vessel?
Too far.
Ow! Thanks a lot, Zavid.
Hmm?
It makes me really happy that by meeting each other, you found a way to save yourself.
Yeah, just to not lose your comment before we dive into the end game here, Grail. I think that's one of the armatized with Lila ones, right? Like the fire armadas. I don't know what it is with me either. Maybe it's just that I'm maybe that I'm mostly used to swordplay, but just every one of the art and technique progressions for the fire armadas I really like. It just feels like it flows and is very natural in a way that if there are ways to get into the flow with the other armadases, it's just harder for me to wrap my head around the attack sequences for them. Yeah, Pillar of Blood. That's the one I was thinking of. I'm a big fan of that one.
Saray. I swear, you're the corniest guy alive. You gotta stop being such a softie. We still got work to do.
Right.
Ooh, another outfit. What's this one? Oh, it changes the music in battle. I didn't even know there were outfits that could do that. Well, I guess we should try that once before we go ahead. Is there anything over here? Just looks like monsters. Oh, this just puts it back to the standard battle theme. Got it. Yeah, the hitboxes definitely are nothing to sneeze at. Nothing like a giant sword to consistently whack people at close range. That I know you said, and I know everyone says that the Water Armatus is the best one, but yeah, there's something just about close range, big sword attacks that makes more sense to me with my playstyle. No disrespect to the archers in the group. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I think this theme is just bombastic enough. It's inspiring. It doesn't get tired, no matter how many times you hear it throughout the game. Yeah, that's a good point, Grail.
I still got stamina to spare. You guys hanging in there?
Alright, well, for the final confrontation, I was gonna say maybe we should switch back to the alternate color. I don't know. Oh, and we also have one that changes it to the trial music theme. That's a cool music theme. Yeah, let's see it through with the alternate color. Live a little. Do some Tales of Fashion.
Where the hell is this?
This is incredible. It defies all reason.
The massive amount of malevolence must be behind this.
No, of course you're not edgy, Grail. It's an objective fact that black outfits are the coolest ones. Nothing to do with edginess.
And so that's why the landscape here is so out of this world?
If there is a hell, I wonder if it's like this.
Says the person who's actually been to it.
I told you I'd tell you all about it when I see it, ladies. And I have a feeling I won't be waiting long.
Glad to see everyone still got the energy to joke around at least. They're the same as ever, that's for sure.
I don't think you guys can be the ones to say that.
Oh yeah? Well then how about a guy like me?
Very reassuring. Yeah, really.
I feel like, to be prudent, we should go do a quick restock before Heldalf. I don't think we can use this now. Oh, can we use this now? Well, you know, I like to think that, like us, Grail, she was just so preoccupied with the task of figuring out where the hell to put her foot next that she couldn't really step back and think about it. And then eventually she looks around and is like, hey, I have a question. What the hell is going on? That feels very Rose, and as we know, Rose is Rose. Yeah, so I think, based on what I was reading, this is how we will get to the EX dungeon, but it doesn't open up for that until after we beat the main game. So that'll be for Wednesday. Back to... shoot, I don't know, Logren, I guess? I guess it doesn't really matter. VIP customer. Oh, we should be so lucky. Yes, I think so, Grail. No worries. We're just gonna warp back. I think it'll take a second to get through the different warp points. I don't think we can go directly back. I think we need to go back to the Mount Mabinagio ruins. Oh, I think we can go back, actually. In front of the highest stairs. What a name for a save point. A ruined altar once belonging to the ancient Five Lords sect. It remains unclear to which of the Five Lords it was dedicated. I love that description. Glad we found that. Alright. I think we are pretty much as teed up as we can be. I know ordinarily, on a typical Tales of Praxis evening, we would be wrapping up right about now. But given that we are at the threshold of the final boss, I think it's okay to stay a little longer and see ourselves through the credits, and then we can chat a little bit over the credits and dive back in and have plenty of time to reflect on the overall structure of the game, and we work through the final side quest content on Wednesday, which should be a lot of fun. I'm going to save up one more time. We're going to head up. Alright, Grail, my friend. Hope you're back from your H2O break. It's important to stay hydrated. We're going to forge on up the stairs here. I love it. I don't think I'd noticed that. The objective is now settle the score with Heldalf. How about that? Now the real question is, are there any hidden chests in these nooks and crannies? As we've been trained to seek throughout this and so many other games. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that kind of approach. We can just enjoy it. Wow, look at that run up. Still want to know what's going on with that black sphere. If it's an eclipse or the nexus of malevolence or some other thing. Oh, maybe this will be where the warp point to the EX dungeon appears. That would make sense. Well, either way, that's not for us now. Alright. The greatest great door.
Saray, no matter what, all of us are here behind you. Never forget that.
So, there you have it.
So there you have it.
Let's kick some ass!
Thanks, guys, for everything. Time to bring an end to all of this. Let's go.
The two of them haven't once mentioned their Gramps ever since we entered Camlon.
True. Perhaps they mean to show him that it won't do him any good to bring harm to Zenris.
Poetic words, Grail. Yep. Maybe that could well be it. I was gonna say in that spirit, actually, and since we already paused here, I'm especially interested to remember and see this like last conflict with Heldalf, not just for the battles, but maybe even more than that for the conversation, because I feel like the party has had a lot of growth and development and resolve in terms of how they see the world and what they want to accomplish, and as they keep using the motif, what their answers are. And we've gotten some windows into some of Heldalf's minions, like Maltran and Simone, but we still haven't really gotten that much from the man himself in terms of what he's trying to achieve. He talked a little bit in the last encounter just in terms of like Hellions being like the natural state of the world and it being better for Seraphim to Hellionize than be bound to provide blessings for the world. But it was really cryptic and kind of threatening. It seemed like he needed Saray for something. But now at the threshold, it seems like we've had so many adventures and interactions with characters since then, while not getting a lot more insight into who Heldalf is now or what he wants, just a lot more information on who he was and how he came to be who he is. So I'm interested to see how much more the conclusion fleshes him out versus leaving implicit for people.
I don't know. Looked to me like they're just scared. Like they're afraid to acknowledge their weaknesses.
Come on.
Wow. Totally different design in here. Reminds me of the pristine white rooms at the end of Final Fantasy 13. I think the first one has a motif that's very much like this. One of the few things I vividly remember about that game. I know, after so many rooms and so many vast areas in this vast game, to arrive at the final one. Some ornate design. I do wonder in a game like this that cares about, architecture and eras of the world, like how much this different symbology ties in with like other ruins, and what the story is in terms of when and how it was constructed versus a lot of the other artifacts that we see throughout the game. But we could keep speculating later. We have a score to settle with Heldalf. That is still the literal objective. Let's do this. Looks a little like a symbol for the Hellion of Wind, actually. The mark that was on the door. No, come on, Grail. That would be too easy.
It's time to settle this.
A world where all who live know pain. It is indisputable that every creature yearns to be liberated from this senseless suffering. Why do you fight back, Shepherd?
It may be that the world you strive for would free us all from suffering and anguish. But I still don't think it's the right solution.
We don't want to avert our eyes from pain.
Only in knowing hardship can we celebrate and feel enlivened in the good times. That's right. We want to be able to feel that we're alive.
The peace that only comes from fighting against suffering. Surely you don't think the world should consider that a blessing?
We're not saying it's a bad thing to run away from it.
Just that we don't plan to do that.
I merely speak of the laws of nature.
Totally agree with that, Grail. About
to obey
Heldalf.
the laws of nature?
What else would it be?
You're wrong. All that is not being dead. You, of all people, ought to know just how painful that can be.
Let me ask you one more time, Shepherd Saray. Join me.
Never!
The Lord of Calamity and the Shepherd. So they are this world's light and dark. But I will not succumb to light.
I won't give in to darkness!
That's really interesting. I want to track the flow of this a little bit as we go through the game's conclusion. So, if I'm understanding Heldalf right, it's almost in a weird way that I didn't expect, kind of an echo of what Mythos is after in Tales of Symphonia with the Age of Lifeless Beings, except Mythos seems to think like, well, the natural state of people is towards prejudice, and so we need to eliminate all differences and wash away their humanity so that they have kind of no capacity to make choices that would create conflict. And Heldalf is almost like arriving at a, not the same, but like a very similar conclusion from like the opposite sort of reasoning, saying there's something like really unnatural about all the pain that's brought by people struggling to like achieve certain things in the world and restrain themselves and do all of the deliberation that like people who are purified or seraphim do through the extension of blessings. And so it would be like more peaceful in like the mindless quiet of everyone purely being subordinate to their own impulses and kind of not thinking about everything, which is sort of a different flavor of an age of lifeless beings. No, that wasn't fair, Grail. But I know where you're coming from, and I think that's part of why I'm trying to pick apart Heldalf as we go through it here, because I think one of the things that's like interesting to me about him, and of course we'll be able to talk about this through another lens when we get into Berseria, but looking at Heldalf just in Zestiria, I think there is kind of a weird way where a lot of the characterization that is typical for a JRPG villain, and especially a Tales villain, is not given to him. And we do get insight into Heldalf, but it's kind of, like I was saying before, not the insight we're totally looking for, because, like, I want to understand more about his plan and how he's trying to shape the world and what that looks like now. But we get a lot more about his past and how he came to be the Lord of Calamity. Although, as I say that out loud, when we think about like Hellions and Malevolence as this kind of pure impulse versus reason thing, maybe that's almost part of the point where, like, Heldalf has minimal reasoning behind his plan, because, like, if he were reasoning too self-consciously about it, that would almost be like the antithesis of what it is to be the Lord of Calamity in a Hellion. So he almost can't explain it in the way that we want him to. That's kind of an interesting idea. I'm going to hold on to that as we continue to go through this. All right. But let's continue to go through this.
Get ready, everyone! We must draw Maltellus' powers out from him.
Otherwise, we'll never be able to identify their bond. Got it.
That's a really interesting echo of what the gang does with Van and Lorelei at the end of Tales of the Abyss also. Oh, we got all sorts of thematic overlap happening here, folks. What level is Heldalf after all said and done? 80. All right, so that's the level that they want the bosses to be right now for the main story.
How'd he get so damn strong?
Maybe he's all tweaked out on catnip.
You think? Such blather. Where does this spark come from? Someone like you.
Would never understand.
That's true, actually, Grail. Yeah, the room, as it turns out, is maybe even, like, bigger than it needs to be. Probably because it's a ceremonial throne room, right? Yeah, it is actually Artorius' throne itself. I was hoping for some power hits. You say that, Grail. I do not trust it.
But of course, no matter how strong you get, you cannot abandon the one who raised you.
Saray?
Oh my god, I forgot about that. I can't believe I forgot about that.
What?
Oh, that's so haunting.
Give in to darkness. Then what is it you feel this very
Jesus. Oh,
so sinless?
that's so unsettling.
Lila, if we purify him, we can save Gramps, right? Lila! Gramps!
Do you feel it? The pain of hurting one's beloved children?
Heldalf!
Go on, save him, if you can.
Jesus.
Gramps! Gramps!
You monster! Just kick his ass! Then we can talk!
I can get behind that.
Yeah, if we just wail and moan, we're sunk.
I thought you had a way to sever the bonds of heritage. Why aren't you using it on me?
Oh.
I knew he was plotting something, but
This is worse than using Xenos as a hostage.
Yeah, that's such an unsettling gambit.
Your comrades, but if you use it, you'll never defeat them. It's quite the quandary, isn't it, Shepard?
How could you?
So it also, okay, this is something also that's interesting to keep in mind, I guess. First, while we're paused, we should just stay on that moment for a second too. Wow, what a haunting image and the way it stops the whole fight. I think, you know, for whatever else you may say about this game, I think that's a really kind of moving and challenging thing. And yes, to your point, Grail, very befitting of the King of Evil. There's something else that's interesting too, because we've been talking about like the impulsivity versus reflective decision making, and that's definitely part of what's going on. But then I think what the absorption of Gramps is underscoring too is something that we talked about a little when we were facing Simone, and it's come up every now and again. Like it was a big theme back when Saray took on Rose as his squire to give him that kind of companionship, because there's this constant threat of when someone becomes isolated, that's when they are most prone to give in to malevolence. And so I think Heldalf is also showing us that in its like final conclusion form as well, namely that idea that like attachment is the thing that makes possible like purification, but also all of the pain and suffering that he's talking about, because like suffering and loss is what happens when people care about other people in the way that Heldalf had to witness everyone he loved across his life die over the years. And so he's almost in this point of like advocating not just for impulsivity, but also like the weird perverse kind of autonomy that comes from being totally alone in the world. And like the ultimate King of Evil expression of that is preying on the really personal attachment that Saray and Mikleo have to Gramps. And that's interesting too, because I'm not going to keep pausing like this through the whole fight. But it's also interesting because if we're right in thinking that Heldalf, because of his commitment to like impulsivity and being alone, isn't the kind of villain who could explain the logic of his plan to Saray and everyone else, like it's all the more interesting that he's kind of showing the argument of his plan through this act of absorbing Gramps and threatening Saray with it, rather than making some big eloquent speech about it like you would get in so many other JRPGs, even other Tales games. I'm going to guess we want to still focus on Heldalf, because I'm sure he can summon more of those. Did not like that. Jesus. He's out for blood. I'm getting there. Ugh.
How meaningless it is to resist.
You know more than anyone what it is to suffer. How could you inflict that same pain on other people?
I didn't become this way by my own hand. It was you. Your sin.
Shut up! I'll never let you have your way!
Oh, there it is. I was just about to say. Shocked we haven't seen a mystic art from him yet. Oh, right, and it's the mystic art that can kill. Delightful. God damn it, wow. That was bad timing. Ran directly into that attack. No! Can't you read, Grail? It's true beast, which is even more badass and very different. It is also, I get, the more I'm thinking about it, it's also like pretty fitting, because if we're saying like from his form to his philosophy, like he's basically all about reducing humankind to like its beastly and primordial animal nature. So for like his strongest manifestation of that as a martial art to be beast is just chef's kiss. Oh, I missed the timing on the armatization. That's annoying. Oh, we're in a tight spot. Jesus. Jesus. Oh no, this has escalated so quickly. I shouldn't have been so distracted. Fuck. That was just force lightning. It's got some Palpatine energy up in here. Okay, we need to revive some Seraphim and fast. Alright, Rose is juggling in, that helps. Boy, we're really burning through life bottles, I don't like that. Edna's almost good. I don't want to wait for it though. It's true. True Beast was just too awesome. Heldalf, please be less cool so that we can manage to beat you here. Fuck! I didn't think that would go behind him as well. Alright, we need blast gauges or we're not going to get through this. Although, that might help. Arcane bottle. This will help. Fuck. Jesus. Oh no. That's what happened last time that sent us down this road. Jesus! It wasted everyone at once. I hate that Mystic Arts can be killing blows, because then that happens. Alright, well at least we can retry this. And now we've done one we have done one run just talking about all the stuff that he does, so now I can focus on actually being sufficiently competent to handle the fucker. Oh yeah, I mean, you'd be sad if you were a pushover. Yeah, at least it's not a dark turtle, which I still have PTSD over. Oh, and there's a checkpoint. I feel like that's maybe more quality of life than I needed, but look, I'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, we just wail and moan we're sunk.
I thought you had a way to sever the bonds of Hellions. Why aren't you using it already?
I knew he was plotting something, but...
This is worse than using Xenos as a hostage.
Saving your guard will require you to sacrifice your comrades. But if you use it, you'll never defeat me. It's quite the quantity, isn't it, Shepard?
Heldalf, how could you? Here goes! Break on through! Blue flurry! Blue flurry! Break on through!
Yeah, that's true. There's no good answer to that either, because like if they played that every time, either you would have to play it through every time and live that suffering over and over again, or else you'd be skipping it and feel like you're doing a disservice to Gramps in the process. So I think that's the right choice to just not replay it. Oh, no kidding. That's fun. Already I can see very clearly why he would need that. Wow, I thought he had to combo that off of something. Well, at least he just killed Rose as she was getting up, which I guess is the best use of it for us. Look, he has a lot of feelings, Grail. That's his entire character. He has many feelings and no rationality. Didn't like that. Shut up! At least we can hit his fodder and him at the same time. I guess it's not the worst idea to use a couple arcane bottles here so he doesn't waste us at the last second again. Fuck! I was just gonna get Rose, I think. Oh, actually just Edna. So much the better. Rose, why would you run in? Excellent! Oh, Grail, you're building out our clip library with truly the best moments. I love it. That might get him. Maybe? Oh, we're so close. Not as close as I thought. I thought we were within like 200. That's okay. Okay. Whew.
Rose, wait! I won't ask you to understand or ask you not to hate me. So please, let me do this.
But Rose, please, there must be some other way.
This is great music too.
You can't stand the thought of losing your own family. Isn't that precious?
Screw you! Gramps, Muse, none of them would have had to die if it weren't for you! It's all your fault!
Yeah, they're not the ones who suffered for such a foolish decision.
So, what will you do?
I'll work it out somehow! That's what I promised!
This is not the place for a squad.
Saray!
This is something that I have to do myself. Thank you, Rose, for everything.
Saray!
Idiot.
Saray.
Stand back, everybody. I won't let you carry this by yourself.
You're not fit to save anyone.
You know full well the rules. He means that's the very reason. I know it all depends. I humbly accept.
Oh.
And live your life to the fullest. And I know you will not go astray.
Gramps, I won't forget this pain.
Sorry, Mikleo. Well
Oh, that's a good point, Grail. I hadn't thought of that.
Your resistance is such that you would dirty your own hands? So be it. I shall grant you true loneliness. Artorius!
That's an interesting moment too. That, wow, like devastating sacrifice of Gramps, because Grail, like, you know, we were talking way earlier in the stream about what is the value of Rose, what does she contribute, why is she in the place she is in the story, and I'm noticing there's like an interesting point of symmetry between everything that happens with Dezel and the way that he makes a sacrifice of himself in order to save Rose, and the way that Rose accepts it, where now like the shoe is on the other foot, and after learning everything that they have and witnessing everything, and indeed like seeing Dezel's sacrifice as sort of a central part of their own spiritual journey, Saray and Mikleo have to like have the emotional maturity to recognize that despite their bond with Gramps, what he would have wanted would be to sacrifice himself in the same way, and so they have to like honor his wish by letting him be that sacrifice. So I think the spiritual fortitude to actually do that takes a lot of cultivation, and I feel like everything that happens with Rose and Dezel really helps them to stand that strong in that moment against Heldalf. I remember this. Hard to forget this. Armatized Heldalf.
Before me, all of it is worthless.
No turning back for either of us now. If we did, it would negate everything we've ever done. Isn't that right, Heldalf?
Think not to let
It's a memorable one. And it's a unique one. I love how creative they were with the thought of including something like this. In a mothership title, no less.
Aim and fire! Blistering back! Saray, remember. We can only afford to use it 4 times.
Fire us at him while armatized as the ultimate attack.
Make sure you pull the trigger when he stumbles so you don't miss.
It'll take stones to pull it off. Can you handle it?
I'll be supporting you too. We can do it, Saray.
Yeah!
Blistering back.
I need a hand! Here goes! Open the way forward! Aim and
Son of a bitch.
fire!
I remember it. I remember it being one of those fights that I went through at like 3 a.m. when I'd already been up way too late gaming, but how are you going to stop at this point? And it feels like a fever dream. And for that reason, I really couldn't even tell you how I managed to pull it off. 200,000 HP, that's about right.
Aim and fire! Blistering back! Rose!
Trouble.
Blue fire! Ocean flare!
You know, Grail, you hit the nail on the head. It would be a good time.
Tiger blade! Lifting it up!
That's not what I meant. God damn it.
Saint Zero!
God, I hope we can get through this. I feel like we were doing a little better when we were going after his face.
Open the way forward! Say zero! Here goes! Open the way forward! Roll! Say zero! Here goes! Finding vortex!
I think I'm gonna have to be an item spammer to get us through this efficiently.
Say zero! Blistering phase! Open the way forward!
No! Heldalf, please don't show me fear and despair. Anything but that. I forgot that means he's the first one we get rid of. I probably shouldn't have done it that way. That's okay.
A meaningless death. We're going to stick to our beliefs right until the very end.
Oh, no kidding, Grail? Where, like, in between his head and hands? I kind of feel that. I feel like we're sort of naturally settled there, actually. Looks like we got number 2. I feel like I want Edna. Is this when we're able to use the Mystic Card on him? I feel like that's what we did last time. I've already forgotten. Oh, okay. It just happens automatically, I guess. This is so cool. Grail, I don't have to imagine. Welcome to the wonderful, mythical world of JRPGs. It's interesting, I'm thinking back to our conversation about whether and the extent to which Hellions are conscious, because I'm amazed that armatized with a Hellion Mautellus in this, like, primordial, unspeakable beast form, Heldalf is still able to, like, converse with the party in perfectly intelligible sentences. That kind of seems beyond the pale for me. I'd expect the most he could manage to be like, "Roar!" Alright, we're getting close. Hope we don't screw up the descent. Man, the wind armatized burst dart is actually pretty good. I feel like I only just realized it in this final confrontation. But again, better late than never. Makes me feel a little better for having saved Zavid. That's a good point, Grail. I think that's a nice way of reading the intersection of, like, King of Evil theme, like you're getting someone like a Ganondorf with JRPG themes of facing God or something metaphysically unbelievable at the end of the game. Like, when those two things combine, of course you're gonna, get someone who, as you say, is built different. Oh, that makes sense. Well, it is like indignation, the wrath of God, right? So, yeah, speaking of taking yourself to be a god, although I guess armatized with Martellus, he kind of is a dark god in a sense. I'm not gonna lie, I don't totally even understand how I failed that, which speaks to your point, Grail, that probably could have done with another tutorial. Yeah, I felt like I did the exact same stuff we did the first two times to interrupt his attack, and he just straight up murdered us all. Well, it wouldn't be final boss if you didn't have to give it more than one try. I feel a little let down, but at least now we can start with the Seraphim that we want to burn first, or shoot first, as the case may be. Huh. Boy, yeah. That's one of those bummer situations where I don't even totally understand what I did wrong. Oh, is it that we attacked the wrong part of him? Is that what you think? Oh, I know. I'm not really brought down. I think, as much as anything, I get annoyed when that happens to me in final battles, which these days is very rare. And not because I think I'm a particularly good gamer, but just because usually I think the flow of, like, the level you reach when you reach a final battle is pretty good for managing it in a capable way. But it just bums me out, especially in, like, a multi-phase, multi-battle fight like this, because I feel like failing and having to restart it so interrupts, like, the flow of all this drama and epic action that's happening. So it bums me out for that reason as much as anything. But appreciate the vote of confidence, Grail. We'll get him this time. Wait, am I controlling Edna somehow? Wow. Talk about misclicks. It's like, this doesn't feel right.
Isn't that right, Heldalf?
Think not to lecture me, urchin.
Yeah, that is a good point, Grail. At least we got to hear him talk again, because I missed that line the first time. Think not to lecture me, urchin. What a great line. I'm gonna start saying that to people. Oh, the feckless urchins. It is demoralizing to be all the way back to the top of his HP bar when he has so much HP. 1 point at a time. I think he just shielded against our entire burst attack. It can't be done. I did the math, Grail. Literally can't be done. Everything they say is quotable. Alright, let's see if we can test this while we're early in the fight. So I'm going to try attacking his hand. I feel like it shows us with the symbols. I'm having some half memory of this. That's true. Scrap toss is actually doable. I think it's DPS, Grail. I think you have to deal a certain amount of damage in order to stop it. And I think that just increases like the threshold for it as you get further into the fight. So I think we just have to really hammer him when we get to that point later on. Oh fuck, the Seraphim I wanted to use are dead. I don't think I can bring them back. Alright. Oh no, I just forgot that I already just used Edna. Man, my brain is being pulled in too many different directions by this fight.
We're going to stick to our beliefs right until the very end.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's probably also good to maintain a bunch of very full blast gauges so that when the time comes to interrupt his attack, which we decided is indignation, we can burn a bunch of blast gauges to do enough damage. If it works the way I think it does. Yeah, you would think that. It must just be that he's getting... Well, if it's indignation, I guess he's getting more indignant as we get closer to taking him out. It's definitely a challenging fight. I think actually this is the first Tails boss, excuse me, Tails final boss I've fought in a while where it really feels like the game is unapologetically giving you like a really hard fight that, as you've seen, like you can lose even if you've done a lot of prep work and feel like you're ready for it. Like it definitely feels like the stakes are high in having you overcome this impossible task. Or even someone like Mythos or Van or oh, the leader of the Etherians and Tales of Destiny, whose name I'm blanking on. Like all of them are hard, but much more realistic to overcome than someone like Heldalf. Wow, not a good time for everyone to die. Well, we have 8 blast gauges, so hopefully it won't be an issue. So what's the command for... there's some command to rush attacks. Well, let's hope that was it. Focus attacks, rush attacks. There we go. Alright. Okay, 2 out of 4. This is where things got hairy last time. Hopefully we can learn from our mistakes. We have a ton of blast gauges, so hopefully if we just use them, things will be okay. Is there an item that increases our attack power in battle? No, not in this one. I thought we might be able to help ourselves out even more. Yeah, maybe it's just also partially a factor that this is such a unique fight in terms of like a game with unusual combat mechanics, and then also, like we were talking about, new combat mechanics even within this fight that you have to manage, whereas, yeah, I take your point that Van is a hard fight, but he's a hard enemy in a very familiar paradigm where, you know, if you've been playing the game and leveling the party and working the synergy, like, you understand what to do and it is manageable, even if he's a relatively hard enemy to manage. So maybe it's just the novelty of this that makes it feel harder to execute against. Yeah. Well, and especially what we were just talking about before, Grail, with like figuring out how to stop his attack. Maybe part of it is also like it's novel, and it's novel in a way where it's like a fight, but also a puzzle. You have to figure out while you're managing your party in this unusual situation how to overcome the enemy, like the actual mechanics to do it, because they don't tell you. Which just, it adds a different kind of difficulty than what we're kind of taught as players to expect in your typical JRPG conclusion. Which I like, honestly. I mean, look at all the time we're spending talking about this fight, and we both remembered it, right? Whereas, as I said, I can't even remember the name of the final boss in Tales of Destiny, even though I remember his character, and I just played it. So I think there is something about the unusual nature of this that makes it really, really kind of just, you know, engaging in a special moment in the game's history as much as anything else. That's not what I meant! Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's definitely a threshold. And see, once you know that, like once we solve the puzzle, then it's not that hard to break the threshold, but if you don't know that, it's like, what the fuck do I do? And then he kills you. Yeah, boy, tell me about it. I don't know how realistic it is to keep Rose alive during this part, if I'm being honest. I mean, he's right. She cannot armatize. God, for not knowing that much about him. Heldalf is a pretty engaging character in this final sequence. Being a literal monster helps, perhaps. Boy, and he is just punishing her. Which is thematically kind of nice with the fight. The idea that he's just torturing us by killing our squire over and over again. Fuck! Come on. I'm in a... Oh, it also heals KO. That might be a good thing to use on Rose, actually. I don't even know, to be honest with you, Grail. I feel like that's one of those nonsense things like the Hourglass, where it's just such a mystery box whether it would work that I almost don't even want to try it because I'm afraid. I am going to use an elixir on Rose, because I don't know how else we're going to bring her back up and ever survive otherwise. Okay, we're actually in pretty good condition right now. I don't think we need to get him down to 0. I think he'll start his attack, and then we just need to hit him enough to do the final shot of Siegfried. Yeah, here we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, man. Oh.
Did it. Everyone.
Yeah.
It's all over.
That's about where I'm at, Rose. Like, say anything else you will about Tales of Zestiria. This is such an epic finale. Honestly, like, there were very few things I could have told you about the middle of the game, but one of the reasons I was excited going into Zestiria was just for this great climax. So, enough said, let's continue to roll through it.
Have you run out of options?
Saray? Saray! Why? You idiot!
I feel like you said sorry there.
No more words, I take it.
Let's do this!
There weren't that many words to begin with, if we're being honest. Now, I remember when I played through this the first time, and again, I truly think it was like 3 in the morning when I got to the Armatized fight, and then we got to this, and I was freaking out that I would lose it and have to go all the way back. But I think it is more manageable than meets the eye, which is good. I'm excited about that. Yeah, I like the idea of word mouthing as a thing in games because I think it does add interesting texture. I don't love that so many JRPGs seem to be doing it nowadays. Like, there are a few I've played in the last few months that do stuff like that, just because, like, I truly never know what's being said. And I feel like half the time that's the point, but the other time they actually expect you to get it. And it's really hard for me to adjudicate that, especially when it's not included in subtitles. Okay, he's weak to physical, but also resistant to physical? That's what that icon means, right? Another great battle track. Don't walk away from me when I'm comboing you. God. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? Yeah, actually, he has more HP and is much tankier than I thought he might be. I'm only playing this on normal. I'm not even rocking hard. That's true. Yeah. Point taken. Fuck. I don't want to use all my stuff right away. I would like to get a Mystic Art off, though. Yeah, I think you're right. I was trying to sidestep it, but it doesn't look like it wants me to. Oh, that's the trick. That's awesome. Oh, man. God. What a cool sequence. Yeah. Awesome, right? And I completely forgot about it. I forget if that's how you have to beat him, but what a great moment. It's probably infeasible to beat him down otherwise with just raw hits because he resists everything. That's got to be the point of it. Heldalf the Man and Mautellus the Seraph. And then you get to this, which, wow. I love these sequences.
Achieved your goal. You've avenged your guardian, your comrades.
I don't really want to talk through this because it's such a cool sequence. So the one thing I want to point out, well, two things. First, I always love this kind of thing with like slow measured sequences in game stories at pivotal moments, especially when it's done thoughtfully and well. And I think the thing that I love about it in a story like this, which we spent so much time talking about, how it like oscillates between the grand scope and this big world to explore and these giant kingdoms, and then very intimate moments with people figuring out who they are, and like Alisha crying over Meltran and Saray struggling with his journey, just these million little moments. And so to see all of that kind of represented in the microcosm of this final battle, where you go from a team setting against Heldalf the Hellion to this giant larger-than-life battle against basically the source of all malevolence in the universe, down to this very intimate moment where it's just man-to-man, two ideologies fighting, down to just this single walk of Saray facing Heldalf and telling him his answer. Like, I think that's a really masterful way of wrapping up, 50 or 60 hours of JRPG gameplay in like a single thematic flourish that really helps to cement the meaning, not just of the story, but also of your journey through it. I love that. Yes, and in lighter news, neither can I, Grail. I too cannot believe that they that they touched beasts. At the end of the day, this really is the Namco JRPG of the Beast Art. That's what it all comes down to.
This age of chaos will not end.
Yeah, this is as fast as you can walk, and it's a fixed camera angle. A single shot. I love it.
And when you put that sword through me, a new Lord of Calamity will be born.
This is something that we can definitely touch on and keep talking about in the final side quest content and just the other time we spend in the game, Grail, because I think what you say about the beginning and end being the highest quality parts is really interesting, especially in a game like this, because part of me wonders, like, as we've been talking about, so much of the core theming of the game's story has to do with the meaning of exploration and finding your own answer, and so it kind of story tells its way into a corner, I think, in terms of some of the experience, because notice when you talk about the beginning and end being really tight, high quality story, I think a big part of that is because, in contrast with a lot of the exploration in the middle section of the game, it's all really tightly scripted and there's not a lot of like range of motion to explore different places. Like when the game does just cinematography and cutscenes and action sequences that don't have a lot of free range to them, it's really compelling the way that they pace things out. But because so much of what they're trying to say has to do with the meaning of exploration and doing your own thing, it almost has to be the case that most of the journey isn't like that. So it's interesting to kind of have that experience and then ask, like, well, what is our experience of that middle section then mean for our overall experience of the game? Like, do we miss its point? Do we get its point, but it's not a satisfying playing experience? Does it make us sort of look less favorably on the other sections of story that don't have as much to do with Heldalf or with Saray's journey, but is more with just the warring of the kingdoms and stuff like that? I think a lot of times, especially in JRPGs that are measuring like a tight plot versus exploration, it can be a challenge for all of those sequences to be integrated into like one kind of thematic takeaway or something that works well together. I think we did some good work. I think last stream when you were here, although maybe it was before you got here, thinking about how to tie like the nature of malevolence together with the nature of the shepherd, together with like the duty of someone like Alisha and the kingdoms. So I think there is connective tissue there, but the question of how you experience is a different matter. Yeah, fair enough. That's what the credits are for. So Heldalf also just reminded us that this is cyclical, and another Lord of Calamity will come about if and when Heldalf dies.
Do it. Only then will you fully understand.
I'm sorry that this was the only way to save you. Good night, Heldalf. Your life of eternal solitude is at last over.
You dare fight back, even until the very end. I can't stand it.
Oh, did the sword go through the throne grail? I totally missed that. That is a pretty powerful thrust. Oh. We know those lights.
Thank you.
Toe. Attack. Oh, and the negotiations of peace between Rollins and Highland. We'll talk, Grail. I think I've come around on a lot of this. I do care about a decent amount of these characters, more than I expected to. I don't know if you are being unfair, though. I mean, now I think you're being a little unfair to yourself, because I think what you're kind of, playfully poking fun at the game for is something that we definitely thought about and wrestled with throughout the game. Because I think there is this interesting... sorry, I saw a name and got distracted because... well, frankly, because it made me remember something about the EX dungeon that I'm excited about. But I think especially in a game like this, it kind of ties back to the tension between like a destined linear story and exploring everything and going on a bunch of side adventures that we were talking about earlier. Because I think when you have this model of a destined quest, like the savior who's going to redeem the world and purify malevolence, and especially when you have people joining in that quest in a way that mirrors kind of the idea of disciples on one hand, and also the idea of building a JRPG party on the other hand, you kind of naturally expect that the world is almost going to kind of bend to Soray's mission, and that everyone you meet will be equally involved in it in a way that makes linear sense and builds to the conclusion. And the game doesn't really work like that, right? You have hey Ironad, yeah, welcome to the chat. We're just wrapping things up and talking about the overall playthrough. Yeah, you like we talked about way back at the beginning of the game, Grail, right? Like one of the first people you meet in the whole game is Alisha, and it seems like, oh yeah, she's going to be Soray's squire. Oh, she's going to be involved in his mission to help him overcome the Lord of Calamity. But part of her whole character ends up being this idea that she actually has her own sense of duties and obligations out there in the world that are separate from the shepherds. And so even though she can support him, what she's trying to do and what her goals aren't going to perfectly collapse into his. I remember a big part of the game, like we were talking about, like what is the absence of malevolence? What is purity? It's recognizing the unique things that you value and going and enacting them upon the world. Soray, his whole thing early on, remember, is this idea that, oh, I really want people to understand what their own dreams are, and I only want them to work with me if it's a way of helping them to realize their dream, which seems, kind of trite and like a bit of a trope when you start out the game maybe, but the further you go into it, the more you realize, well, no, that's what makes him pure. That's what makes him a shepherd, because that's the thing that's missing from the world, and that Heldalf is trying to erase and abnegate through his desire to spread malevolence and hellions and basically do away with reason, right? So again, it's one of those things like exploration where it's like, well, there's the question of how does it intersect with the story, but then also how do we feel about it in terms of like our overall experience of whether it's a game that we really enjoy and a story that we can keep track of, because those things can pull apart, especially over a game that's this long, like 50 or 60 hours, right? Because I think the only way for Soray to succeed in this kind of journey is to meet and support and empower a lot of people who go on their own journeys and do their own things in the world, like Alisha, like Sergei, like everyone in the Hidden Bones, which I think is maybe like the most charitable exploration, or excuse me, the most charitable explanation I can think of for why some of the characters and relationships feel a little underdeveloped. Like I found myself saying more than once, like, oh, I feel like we don't really know the ins and outs of Lunar's relationship with the Scattered Bones, so it's hard for me to keep track of like the emotional content of what it means that he betrayed them, or what it means when Rose kills Lunar, or stuff like why even on the villain side, right, like why Simone joined up with the Lord of Calamity, with Heldalf in the first place, or why Maltran made the choices she did to side with Heldalf and manipulate Alisha. We don't get a lot of insight into all of those relationships, and like the cynical way of reading that is saying, well, the game is kind of underdeveloped and it doesn't treat all of its characters equally, and so it's hard to get a sense of how all those stories fit together. But I think in a really similar sense as to what we were talking about earlier in the stream, Grail, in terms of the difference that the perspective we have on a story and our avatar can make to our experience of the story. Just so, I think there's a more generous read of it where you can say, like, well, because Saray is the one who's going through this journey, and it's on him to empower everyone in the world to live their own stories. It's actually really important that while we see all of these little windows into the other characters, we don't see their whole stories, because that's not what Saray is about, and that's not the story that we're following. It's the only part of it that is a part of our story is the fact that those characters have the autonomy to go out and pursue their own ends in the world. Also, sorry, I didn't mean to monologue through the whole credits, but hopefully it was a good way to start the conversation. Did not mean to monopolize the conversation. But yeah, so I think, and even the fact that there are issues like that to wrestle with in Zestiria, Grail, the more I've been thinking about it, the more it's like, it's been a very interesting game to dig into, which tells me there's a lot there. I think there are a lot of games where I play through it and I feel like I didn't really enjoy it, but also that there wasn't really that much to interrogate. And here I feel like this is one of those games where the more you look and the more you ask the question, the more it gives you on the other side of it. I love that. Yeah, so I don't know. Ironhead, I know you're just working through the game, so yeah, apologize for any spoilers, but if you have any views on your experience, definitely feel free to share. Grail, I'm interested. I know we started this journey together. You weren't there through it all, but I know you know it all, and I know we worked through a lot of it together. Do you feel like your views on the game have changed at all? Are you noticing or thinking about things that you didn't before? What's your take on it now versus before we worked through the adventure together? It's interesting too. I'm just I'm thinking through more of this is something we can put in our pocket for talking about Tales of Berseria also, but you might remember I mentioned, like, when they started talking about Mount Hellas, I totally forgot he was even in this game. And it's interesting, right? Because he is this presence who defines so much of the way the game's story goes, and he's right there at the end. I mean, Hellion version of him is armatized with Heldalf, and then the purified version of him is there, like, embracing Saray, but he never really expresses himself, and so he's kind of just this, like, almost more of a symbol than a character. And so it's interesting to keep that in mind as we explore where the game goes with him next. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that, Grail. I'm kind of feeling the same way. Like, there has not been a game that I've replayed so far in Tales of Praxis that I've been let down by, or was like, oh, this is just as bad as I remember, or oh, this is not as good as I remember. If anything, I feel like it speaks to the complexity of the game's story and also the maturity, how, like, revisiting them with a bit of grace and just wanting to understand what they're trying to say, especially as we're a little older, only reveals new layers of them that are really interesting and allows us to not just get more out of the story, but also to experience them in a different way and hopefully ultimately integrate them into our lives in a different way. Older Mikleo. Looks like he's searching through all the ruins. The different Trials of the Shepherd, I think. I love that. Hearts is still on my list to play, as you know, Grail. But I'm excited to get that one knocked off as well. I've heard only good things about it. I'm curious, Grail, since you mentioned this, what would you change in a Zestiria Definitive Edition? Like mostly quality of life stuff, or what other tweaks would you make? Ooh, and we get access to ancient seraphic arts. Oh, and they're just teasing us, saying it's a mystery why Heldalf had it. Now I want to know. I want to understand. I love that that last scene so much. It's such a touching way, I think, for the story to wrap up. For a few reasons. I think, if you're playing it for the first time, and especially because, like we've kind of been talking around, a lot of the details of the story come at you pretty fast. It's easy to kind of see the way that the shepherd is shrouded in darkness and ask, like, well, is that Saray? Is that another shepherd? I think it's pretty evident from even just everything that the game has told us without thinking about the thematic significance that it's Saray, because they talk about how in order to basically restore Mautelis and bind his blessing to the land, Saray is going to have to be his vessel and withdraw his senses and sort of suspend himself in time for a period. But that then there's no reason to suppose he couldn't come back after that. So, like, thematically, we've been talking the whole way around the story how it's a Christ narrative with Saray redeeming the world and purging the malevolence, and then in a sense dying, but more of really going to sleep and then returning. But then I also really love just the idea that, look at that scene. It's clear a lot of time has passed. We see that McLeo is older. Oh, so I guess that at least adds some color to what we were talking about before, Grail, in terms of whether or how like Seraphim age and how they present as old or not in time, because McLeo does seem, at least in some senses, to have grown up a little bit. And then the way he seems to be kind of exploring ruins, kind of maybe seeking Saray, thinking about his friend. I think it's just touching, again, thinking about all the meaning of exploration and knowing enough about the world to decide what you want for yourself. And if you think about the game, it started out with McLeo and Saray exploring ruins together, and also we know from their history being basically destined to walk this path of the shepherd together, with McLeo in service to the shepherd. So really all of that exploration in a large sense was Saray's on his own journey. So I love this idea that by like restoring the blessing to the land, Saray was also giving everyone the ability to live their own lives and chart their own destinies in a way that was free of malevolence, but maybe most of all giving the people he cared most about, who sort of gave up their dreams in service of the shepherd's dream, that opportunity, like the Seraphim who traveled with him, like Rose, even like Alisha in a certain degree, but most of all McLeo, right? The one who had been with him, really his brother since childhood. And then after Saray finished his mission, like had the opportunity to go and live a life and go exploring, and who knows what other, people he met or adventures he had in the interim. And it was just at that moment when he most needed Saray, when he slipped and was falling, that Saray reached out to him and returned. I think there's something really touching about that kind of relationship, that in a lot of ways kind of represents exactly the sort of positive bond between people that like Heldalf was incapable of understanding, where you're important to one another, but you also give each other space to understand what you want as an individual and to pursue those dreams. The kind of relationship that is secure and therefore not susceptible to malevolence or suffering, or the kind of pain that comes from conflict, which Heldalf seemed to think was inevitable as the result of anyone really knowing anybody else. Just catching up on messages here. Yeah, Grail, besides the quality of life changes, I'd be interested in the other changes you're talking about. One thing that was interesting to me, just because Ironad, I see you talking about Dezel. One thing that I would recommend without going too deep into the death of Dezel, because we talked about it a bit already. And this is something that I do feel like I had a bit of trouble with in the game, so maybe a definitive edition would have helped with this. There are some plot points that I think are just beyond being the kind of thing that require interpretation, are just like really unclear. Like there were several points in this game, which does not really happen to me ever, where I would be working through a section and I would sit and watch a cutscene and some key moment would happen, like the death of Dezel and Simone's explanation around that. And then I would actually need to go to the synopsis of the game in order to get key details that were not made clear by the cutscene, at least in my mind. So I would encourage you, Ironad, to go and read the synopsis around those events. Because, for instance, like with Dezel, the actual revelation that he has about his past, once Simone reminds him of it, was not really clear to me from the game, because he has this whole arc of wanting to get revenge for the person who killed his friend. And then it turns out that what had actually happened was it was Dezel who killed his friend and basically brought about all of the malevolence that caused the Scattered Bones to be betrayed by Rowlands. So it was almost kind of like a Fight Club situation of false memories and Dezel kind of projecting himself onto this imagined murderer he was like trying to get revenge on. But in terms of like how that past is shown to Dezel and how Dezel processes it, there's very little explanation there. And in some moments of the game, I like that because like we talked about earlier in the stream, I think there's a lot of the game's world in terms of like just basic metaphysical ideas like what is malevolence? What is purification? How does Seraphim relate to Hellions? Where it doesn't explain it that much because the point is that it's not really clear to everyone and they're trying to figure it out just as the player is. But then there are other points that are more directly related to plot and to the central plot of Soray's story, as opposed to all the side stories that we said it's okay to keep outside the focus, where I wish there were a little bit more explicit explanation, because I feel like there were moments when I was playing catch up in a way that felt like weird and unusual to me. I know you're poking fun, Grail. I think actually like I feel like there was a clearer arc to stuff like what is the meaning of malevolence than I remembered, and a more interesting arc than I thought. One thought that I had as we were working through the ending here, that's like I think kind of an interesting way to think about it, is you might recall. I'm going to just pause this because I don't know if other people know this. I didn't find this out until I started streaming. Those like intro anime sequences with like the songs over them are one of the few things that like YouTube cares about the copyright for streamed replays of the Tales games for whatever reason. So don't want that to mess up the video or the VOD. But Sergey, yeah. I think that would be an interesting, and I don't want to lose the thought that I had about malevolence, so put a pin in that. But I think that's a really interesting change, Grail, because I feel like even if you were a temporary party member like Alisha, that would be a really interesting kind of like mirror to the time that Soray spends with Alisha. You know, if we got to see that from the perspective of sort of her double and Rowlands as well as her, and that might even help to make sense out of like what the role of Alisha is in the story and why we only get the access to her that we do. Although I'll say I'm really excited about going into Alicia's story, the DLC, after this, for that reason among others. But so what I was going to say about malevolence, it's interesting. So, obviously I have a philosophy background, right? But you might recall one of the first things that I said when I started streaming Tales of Zestiria was one of the ways I remembered it was as a very simplistic game, in the sense of being very straightforward about what the conflict is, what the moral good is, what the moral bad is, and the fact that your character is this savior who is going to redeem the world, and that's what happens at the end. So there's not a lot of suspense, there's not a lot of stuff to figure out. I feel like that was a really unfair read, just because I wasn't really focusing on stuff like trying to define and keep track of the definitions of malevolence and how people were thinking about that versus the nature of good and evil and things like that across the course of the game, because I think it is it's complex in an interesting way, and in a way that I think mirrors the kind of journey that Saray has, because he's told at the beginning, basically, yeah, the shepherd is this beacon of goodness who redeems the world. But then remember, a big part of the nature of his quest is to go out on an adventure and figure out what the world's history is, what's important to him, what he cares about, and what his personal answer to, I would say, the struggle of the world and why people are suffering is. And so I think it's almost like an interesting example of moral philosophy or moral inquiry, where, yeah, it's obvious to everyone that there's this idea that there are things that are good and there are things that are bad, and you should do the stuff that's good and not do the stuff that's bad. But then it's a whole other question to ask, okay, but what is really moral good? What does that mean? What does it have to do with the world? And how can I identify it? And I think Saray goes on a really interestingly similar arc, where first he has this dump on him of, oh yeah, there's malevolence, that's bad, it turns things into hellions, you need to purify the hellions, and terms like malevolence and purity, well, those seem pretty clearly moral good and moral bad, and so that seems like a decent way of understanding the world and the shepherd's journey. But it really quickly moves beyond that, and I think in a way that is so quick I missed it the first time, and it's easy to miss if you're not paying attention, where it turns out malevolence isn't the same thing as moral bad. It's a disconnect between what someone believes is right and what they actually do. So it's that kind of being inauthentic to yourself, right? Whereas purity, on the other hand, isn't purity in the sense of being a saint or someone morally good, but believing in the things that you do, which means that there can be villains who are pure, like Meltran and Cardinal Fortin, and these other enemies we encounter who have no malevolence and therefore can't be purified. And there can also be, seemingly good people who are corrupted with malevolence and need to be merely, corrected and purified and saved in the way that so many Hellions are, including even kids who really didn't do anything wrong, but just kind of lost their way, right? So I think it's interesting to kind of unpack that, to think that even though it seems like a simple story of good and evil in the first place, it really, I think, has more to do with that notion of empowering people to, in the first place, do the things that they believe in, and then and Grail, you might have heard this already, but I think based on our conversation earlier, I might have said this when you weren't on the stream, but I think part of what helped me to put a lot of the middle game into context in terms of everything that happens with the kingdom and with Alisha, and even with the scattered bones, is this idea that if you're trying to figure out how to save and redeem the overall world, it's kind of a multi-step process, because in the first place, you have to purify people. What does that mean? You're helping to basically spiritually heal them in such a way that they recognize what they believe in and they can act according to that. That's what it means for the shepherd to get rid of malevolence and get people to reflect on their actions, as opposed to just purely giving into instinct in the way that Heldalf wants, and impulsivity. But then, once people are doing everything that they believe in, some of those people are going to do things that are not for the greater good of society, which is why there's such a thing as an assassin's guild that doesn't have any malevolence attached to it, because they really believe and are justified in believing that certain people in the world who are doing the things they believe in are doing things that are not good for society, right? So Cardinal Fortin, who really believes that she should be ruling the church and dominating Rollins in the way that she's aspiring to, but because that's not something that's part of the public good, it makes sense for Rose to assassinate her. So that's kind of the place for Rose and what she represents and how she's contributing to the overall betterment of the world, to answer that question of, oh, what's Rose doing there? And then finally, well, if you have this idea of a world where everyone's doing what they believe in, but Rose says like several times, man, what I want is a world without killing, where the scattered bones aren't necessary. Well, how would you get from a world where everyone is acting in accordance with their beliefs to a world where an assassin's guild is no longer necessary? Well, you get it through kind of reasoned debate and negotiation and discussion with people, where like the systems of community in the world convince you to act in such a way that is in the interest of the common good, which is exactly what Alisha and Sergei are doing in basically pushing their kingdoms in a direction towards mutual peace, and trying to structure the politics of the world in such a way that all of the individuals of various classes and various backgrounds are well taken care of and incentivized to work together for positive ends, which is where a lot of the empire plots and intrigue and Alicia's role in the story comes into play. So that's what I meant before, Grail, when I was saying, like, I do feel like all of the pieces are connected, but man, you have to work for it. And I think even within the Tale series, like many of the other games are much more explicit, not just in their storytelling, but also in like what the nature of the world is. Like we understand very clearly by the time we get to Mythos, okay, this is what X-Spheres are. This is what it had to do with the ancient Karlon War. This is what the seed of the giant tree is. This is what it has to do with Martel. There are clear-cut answers to all those questions. Whereas here, I think part of why we're enjoying the story more as we spend more time with it and think more about it is because like it's kind of a story where to get anything at all out of it is to like do a lot of work in unpacking things that would be really obvious and explicit and handed to you in a lot of other stories, which also ties in, of course, right, with things like the theme of excavating ruins and unearthing history and doing research, and a lot of stuff that Saray and his cohort clearly care about. We're kind of doing the same thing, that they're doing with the Earth and Historia. When they pick up that book and try to understand those stories, we're sort of looking at this text in the same way and trying to understand it. And that's the interesting thing about the kind of moral and practical universe we just sketched, Grail, right? Like, we know that Twitter would be a dumpster fire. The question is, would it be a dumpster fire oozing a bunch of like black pus, or would it be one with people like Maltran and Cardinal Fortin? Oh, actually, even as I say that, I feel like it would be one of those horrible places where there are evil people who really believe in what they're doing, like Maltran and Cardinal Fortin. Like, can't you see those people hanging out and getting a bunch of followers on Twitter? Oh, I'm kind of... I shudder to even think about that. That's such a gross idea. But I think we solved where Twitter would fit into it too. Oh, man. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should have loaded up the game again for the post-game talk as opposed to staying on the load screen. Yeah, we're in the bad timeline. Welcome to it. But hey, the game gives us hope, right? A new shepherd always comes, just like a new Lord of Calamity comes. Grail, shout out to you. Look, I've loved talking about this. We definitely, one of the benefits of going through this whole adventure from Zestiria to Berseria is we definitely don't have to pack all of our thoughts into the stream. I know I won't. I think we're going to have a lot to continue thinking about on Wednesday, where we do a lot of the cleanup with things like the EX dungeon in Zestiria, the Dark Turtles, of course, maybe the Devil's Arms, and if we can find any other good side content. But yeah, to kind of end where we began that talk, I think this was a great one to replay, and I'm going to try to write about all of the ones that I've been playing. I'm just very backlogged with my writing, but I think one of the things that I'm really going to continue thinking about with this is just how much my impression and understanding of the game changed by replaying it, because it really did feel like a different game in a lot of really positive ways. And I don't think that's just because I played Berseria before I replayed Zestiria, and so I know it's coming. I think it really is just kind of taking a different eye to what's going on in Zestiria, and honestly, probably an eye that's informed by all the recent playthroughs that we've done of other Tales games, because I think a lot of what makes this game interesting and worth digging a little deeper into, like we've been saying, even with that battle against armatized Heldalf, like a lot of the conversation we've had around the gameplay throughout the stream, like a lot of what is interesting and a lot of what is frustrating about it is the fact that it is unique within the Tales series and trying to do a lot of things that the other games do not. And so I think when we're able to ask and interrogate, well, what is the norm for the series and how is this game doing something different, it can give us a new line of attack into thinking about what it is that this game is trying to say, which might not be obvious just from playing it in a vacuum without the context of a lot of the other games. I think that's as good as it gets, folks. I think we've gone a lot of places in the stream. The game has prompted us to think about many more far-flung topics within its world and outside of its world than I expected. I can't wait to dig into the post-game content. I know there's at least one very, very fun thing coming with the EX dungeon, so that'll be fun to do. Grail, okay, so you ask if I'll ever write an article comparing the games I've played. So you might mean two things by that. One would be kind of doing like a compare and contrast analysis between two different games in terms of like, oh, here's what the nature of X-Spheres in Tales of Symphonia taught me about the Blastia in Tales of Vesperia. That kind of thing, I think you can bet your money that I'm definitely going to do, because as you can see on the stream and the conversations we've had, I think one of the ways that I've really felt enriched just by the way I've been playing games for Tales of Praxis is seeing the games in close comparison and contrast with one another. I think that's brought a lot of interesting stuff out. So I'm definitely going to be writing articles like that bring more than one game into the conversation. The other thing you could mean is in terms of ranking, like which games are the best in my view and which are not. I'm much less likely to write that kind of thing just because I really think when it comes to stories in general, but especially video games and especially games like the Tales games, they're all trying to say their own thing and tell their own story and create their own experience in a way where you kind of can't compare them, I think, at least. And I know this is a controversial view, but I would say you can't really compare most of them in terms of quality just because there's such different beasts that are trying to do different things and just have you experience something that is incommensurate with the other games. And so I really like to talk about, like, here's what I feel like Tales of Symphonia is trying to say. Here's how I feel like we can get different insights on that or read it differently with Tales of the Abyss in the background. Things like that. Saying something like, oh, I would give Tales of the Abyss an 8 out of 10 versus Tales of Symphonia 7 out of 10. That strikes me as a much harder exercise to do, and also something that kind of tells you less about the games at the end of the day. So I would say, like, I wouldn't rule it out because I know those ranking articles are very popular and can be a nice way of starting the conversation, but it would feel very not me. Option one. Well, then, Grail, we are simpatico. That I think you can definitely count on. I think it's the thing that is holding me back at this point is really just like the practical matter, because it's like I was saying earlier on this stream, with just the amount of small details and the time it took me to find them for like the ins and outs of Tales of the Abyss's world for writing and publishing that article, like doing that much groundwork for 2 or more games in order to do an article comparing them is kind of daunting to me. But I also think like that's also a question of like how much depth we want to go into to see the insights in games. I think there are a lot of there are a lot of cool insights we could get into the Tales games just by, not doing big comprehensive studies of them, but just like comparing and contrasting little moments that are interestingly similar. Like I mentioned this back when Alisha had her breakdown after Maltron kind of forced her to kill her. It struck me as really unusual to see that kind of stoic female warrior type in a Tales game have a breakdown that was so kind of visceral and intimate. So it could be really cool to just do like a small intimate study of like, let's compare that moment with something like Colette suffering from angel toxicosis to like even like Mary finally getting her memories back in Tales of Destiny. And I'll bet just like seeing those 3 moments side by side would give us a lot more insight into like the different languages those games are using to express their themes, and it wouldn't be biting off more than I could chew either. So I'm thinking a lot about sort of the scale of the different articles and studies that I want to do. I want to try to make them of various lengths and sort of digestibility factors. But yeah, I have a never-ending list of ideas for stuff that I would like to write about. The one I've been working on for a while, which I'm hoping to get out in the near future so that I can start writing about other games, is I like accidentally stumbled into Regal being like the highest affinity companion for Lloyd in my streamed playthrough of the Symphonia remaster. And the fact that I stumbled into him on accident while I was trying to bring back Kratos instead kind of gave me a surprising perspective on both of those characters in a way that I think was really cool and really Tales of Symphonia. So that's what I'm working on right now. But then, yeah, I have a bunch of backlogged stuff that I'm excited to dive into in terms of Dawn of the New World, Destiny, Zestiria, obviously. And I'm going to try to do a combination of just things I've been thinking about broadly, but also as much as I'm able to bring in like specific stuff from the stream, whether it's like stuff that happened in the stream I wasn't expecting or stuff that we talked about. Definitely going to try to do a lot of that too. Look, Grail, you joke, but that is actually a big part of my problem right now. Like I had intended on sitting down to work on some writing this weekend, but then I said to myself, well, I've kind of been missing working through another Tales game off stream while I'm streaming something. Now that I'm done with Tales of Destiny, maybe I'll just pick up Berseria instead. And then, like, there went the time that I would have spent writing over the weekend. But I appreciate you asking about it. It's great to talk about this stuff, but I do really appreciate that people like you appreciate my written work as well. So I am going to try to make a concerted effort to get some of that out, especially because as we move from Zestiria onto the DLC and Berseria, I think it's going to be good to have some of the thoughts and stuff that we talked about in terms of our feelings about Zestiria kind of chronicled and put down and published, so that we have that as kind of a record and an artifact before we go to Berseria and see whether and how that changes all of our thoughts about Tales of Zestiria, which is part of the fun. But yes, hopefully, almost certainly, an announcement on more of the details behind PAX tomorrow. And then I'm going to dive in and try to dedicate myself not just to the playing through of the games, but also to the contributions in terms of my studies of them and what I'm thinking about them. Though I will point out, even though I've only put out 2 articles so far, which I am a little ashamed of, and I'm trying to get out more, one of them was like a very long study about Tales of the Abyss, which I had been trying to will myself to put in the effort to write and publish for years. So it's small, non-linear steps. Honestly, not unlike Tales of Zestiria, and so maybe that's part of why I enjoyed the game more this time around, because I can relate more personally to the process of that kind of navigation and progress in the world. Hopefully, I'm not the only one. I think that's a good place to call it. Grail, I think you'll agree with me. It was definitely too ambitious to think that we could get through all the rest of Zestiria, including the side content in this stream. But it was, I think, a really nice overall stream to go through the whole final dungeon and conclusion of the main story in one piece. That was a nice little kind of, in some senses, a short story unto itself, and in other senses, a conclusion to a long arc that I think gave us quite a bit to think about and mull. So I'll thank everyone who watched once again. I'm Ironad, thanks for stopping by. I hope that our endgame discussion didn't do too much to derail your mid-game. You're at a really moving and touching point in the story, and I hope you come back to tell us how you're finding the rest of it as it goes along. Grail, you know how delighted I am that you came back. It was a pleasure going through this whole final leg of the adventure with you, especially since you're the one who reminded me about the EX dungeon. Really hope you can sit in for that as well on Wednesday. It'd be great to have you here. Always love talking about this stuff with you. Talking, and navigating these issues with the real life JRPG party of the stream is part of what makes the streaming component of Tales of Praxis so much fun, and really gets me to read and think about the games differently than what it is to sit down and play it on my own. It's not quite couch co-op, but it's pretty close, and especially in an age that seems to have forgotten couch co-op, it's something that I really appreciate and get a lot of joy out of. The boss defeat was a little bit of a bummer, but hey, we overcame it, and if it gave us a little bit more of the lived experience of Saray overcoming the despair that Heldalf was throwing at him, maybe it even helped to put us more in his shoes and get the narrative more from the inside. So you got to count your blessings, and you being there to be cheering me on and engaging and figuring out that middle battle with Armatized Heldalf. That means the world. So thank you, Grail. Thank you, everyone. This has been Tales of Praxis. I'm Aaron Suduko, the host of Tales of Praxis and the founder of With a Terrible Fate. We'll be back same time on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, jumping into the post-game side content here, EX Dungeon, Dark Turtles, probably some other stuff we'll find along the way. And then, as a reminder, it's the DLC Alisha's Story right after that, which I've never played before. It'll be the first thing that I've never played in my gaming past that I'll be playing on stream for the first time. So that'll be a lot of fun. We'll see how that goes. And then right on to Tales of Berseria and some published analytical content, definitely going to be in the works. And I'll tell you, not least of which because I want to make sure there's a lot of good stuff for people to dig into on the analytical side before we give a lecture that is in part about Tales of Praxis at PAX West. So that'll keep me honest. I'm just catching up on your last messages, Grail. So you can do couch co-op with PC online. So you're figuring out ways to do this that are way above my league. I just know that, especially nowadays, when games like everything from Elden Ring to Halo to everything in between that would used to provide things like split screen and couch co-op are now defaulting away from that. That definitely makes the gamer in me sad, but it's all the more reason to do things like this with stream and conversation and bring that magic back. Yes, thank you, Grail. Thank you, everyone. See you back on Wednesday for Tales of Praxis. Game well in the meantime, and we'll see what the last side adventures of Saray's time as the shepherd hold for us before we move on to the additional story of his squire and then a whole new shepherd and whole new Lord of Calamity after that. Cheers, everybody. Till then.